Okay, so I'm running a little bit late, but here I am. Load chat. Oh, wait, you deleted generally heroic? Where's chat? There's chat. Oh, fuck. So I do have a lot. Yeah, you deleted that YouTube account? There we go. That's a little better with the tracking. Oh, right. I'm actually a little more animated now. Just from updating Vinyan from last stream. So, that's a good thing. Oh boy, there's going to be some... I'm going to actually be getting into a lot of stuff more than just the two title topics. It was just the channel, but yes. Okay. Well, shit happens. Yeah, just getting started. Welcome in, JM. Right, thank you for joining the beeps. Seriously appreciate that. Oh, I'm probably going to start off with some reaction content. There's a couple single Twitter posts that I kind of want to talk about as well. Then I've also got some stuff about an AI artist VTuber, a separate topic about a sad AI artist. That's a really funny one. I can't wait to get into that one. Also going to be talking about Sora a little bit. So, what should I start with? I've been asked to go over a video exposing a fake bread tuber of some crimes or something. Oh shit, Discord notifications. Yeah, it doesn't auto post when I go live. That's something I gotta do. Now it's posted. Does this mean you can come out of the basement? Well, we'll see. I guess that's as good as paying you, right? If I'm not quick enough, she will attack. Okay, what do I want to get into first? An exposed video. Talking about X-Men 97. That's going to be a kind of funny one. Apparently there's some news about Finster and Sea-Dog VA. Why he doesn't talk about VTuber drama. Which, I mean, if he doesn't want to talk about it out of personal wishes, I don't care. That's kind of it. But it sounds like there's like some kind of contract potentially. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 topics on the top of my mind right now. Question is, where do I start? Probably going to be leaving the Doki bird, the FREEBIRD stuff, and the Vaush stuff for later, because that's what's going to be drawing most eyes to the stream. And well, I do like garnering watch hours. I'm actually really close to the 4,000. I think like just over 100 more to go. Then I just need to hit 1,000 subscribers. Hey Joestar, hey Maxie, welcome in. I haven't actually started stuff just yet. Do I talk about... Yeah, it's going to be a very long stream. I think last one was actually kind of shorter. And this one, I did push it back a while because, well, stories kept updating and I'm like kind of shifting perspectives a fair bit. And I am actually glad I waited till today to talk about the Vosch stuff because, well, he dropped the context video. But we'll get to that when we get to that. What did you miss? You haven't missed much, Len. Len, I haven't gotten into any specific topic yet. But there is like multiple hours long. Yeah. It might be like a 6-hour stream, perhaps. We shall see. So the real question is, should I start off with the Twitter discourse? Just a couple threads. Or do I start off with a React video? Well, to be fair, it's 2 p.m. for me right now, so. Plus, the VOD will always be up. It is great to have people in chat. I really appreciate that. But I do agree that sleep is a little overrated. But underutilized. If that makes any sense. Thank you for the $2, Black Dynamite. I am fully aware that's been on my VTuber since essentially the conception of my VTuber. I really appreciate that. But yeah, what do we want to start with? Twitter discourse or React videos? Pretty sure the Twitter discourse stuff will be like shorter segments. Some of the Reacts are going to go for a bit.
I'm Donald Trump, and I
well, one of them.
Black Dynamite super chatted $2. You have lipstick on your cheek.
Is shit playing right now? Weird. One vote for the Twitter stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can jump right into that. Get it out of the way. See if more people are interested in trickling in over time. Blindly vote for the Twitter stuff. I don't think I mentioned the two specific, like, posts I wanted to go over for the discourse there. One is about collabs between bigger and smaller streamers and how different people interpret them, kind of thing. The other one is just a credible source saying, hey, you should ignore 4chan. And well, I agree. I think we'll start off with the collab one. Alrighty, thanks for stopping by, Maxie. Oh, I need... Docs, there it is. Not the stats I was hoping for. Oh, fuck, right, I have to sign into that. Oh, well. Once again, take care, Maxie. So there was a bit of discourse regarding collaborations between VTubers, just like a broad topic kind of thing. One post in particular caught my eye and, well, caught a lot of people's eyes, so to speak. 250,000 views if you trust Twitter views. But it essentially reads as follows. That button. Lunar had posted... What pronouns? Doesn't say. I'm gonna go with they, them. They posted definitely doesn't apply to everyone, but I feel like some VTubers base their responses to someone asking for a collab / to hang out on follower count, especially when people start throwing out clout chasing accusations. Oh, oh, right, because I was recording Has Been Hotel. My bad, thanks for letting me know. Boop. Basically, it's a meme we've all seen, most of us have seen before, and bigger streamer, you want a collab? Oh, you're so sweet. Smaller streamer, hey, you want a collab? Human resources. I will say there are some people that kind of fall into that. What? Oh, thank you for that. There's some people that do kind of fall into that. They're just interested in, but like, I really don't think it's a majority of people. Hey, Nessie. But there are definitely people out there that will be like, oh, I want to become friends with this VTuber because they've got such a big platform. It could be that they want to siphon that platform for themselves. It could be that they look up to them in like a sort of mentor way and kind of want to learn what they can from them. Some people just genuinely want to be friends. Personally, for me, I see it, at least collabs, I don't particularly care if somebody is bigger or smaller than me. What I mostly care about is the chemistry we have, so to speak. How easy is it for us to carry a conversation? How easy is it, or how entertaining is said conversation? Is there something to be gleaned from that? That really doesn't have much to do with their size, unless, well, the topic specifically calls for it. There is a part of me that wants to try and reach out to some, well, they are bigger than me, bigger creators, and ask them specifically about things like, how would you describe, or something along the lines of like, do you get a feeling of isolation the bigger your platform grows? Because I have heard, like, I think it was an Anthony Padilla interview where he was getting into that kind of stuff. And there are definitely people that, well, they won't reach out to bigger creators like at all on any sort of level because they're kind of intimidated of coming across in a bad way to somebody they more or less look up to. Fruit just announced she is neurodivergent. Oh, poggers. Yeah, cool. I don't really know what else to say on that. But back to the topic, it just, did I conclude that thought? I'll reiterate, there are definitely people that won't reach out to like any bigger creators whatsoever because they don't want to come across wrong. And well, let's just say you can make an ass out of yourself reaching out to people in the wrong way. Personally, I think I have done that to myself in regards to some bigger creators. Not most, just like a couple. But I've also haven't really gone out of my way to try and impress them, so to speak. I do kind of see collabs as transactional, so to speak. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Nessie. Take care. Like, I do consider them somewhat transactional. We are entertainers after all, and a lot of us do end up making some kind of income off of the entertainment we provide. So we do have that monetary incentive to provide as entertaining content as possible. But I think that just overall, for me, just links back to, if I'm going to collab with somebody, do we have that chemistry? Do we have that, what's the word? Fucking entertainment factor. Excuse me. So, like, for the most part, I will personally collab with people at least once. Support the small business. Thank you, JM, for the €5. I'm not good with the signs. Is that euros or pounds? Regardless, thank you. And once again, my train of thought leaves the station. Personally, I guess if there are people that is euros, okay, good to know. There are people, I'm pretty sure, even at my size, there are people that
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
J.M. Super Chatted $5.38. Let's support small business.
Oh my god, I forgot that pops up. Okay, I guess I'm gonna wait to respond until the alert actually goes off before I respond to it. I don't know the conversion rates, Len, to be honest. But yeah, back to the topic, if somebody did want to like reach out to me per se because they wanted to have a chat on stream, they can go. I will bring basically anybody on. I don't care about the size if I think it's an engaging conversation or topic. It definitely helps if I've already had like voice chats with them, like a lot of the creators in my Discord server. There's more than a handful that I've talked to, and well, I'd be more than happy to bring them on stream. I just don't know what I would approach people about specific topics, and I'm also really terrible at reaching out to people. I tend to do a lot of my engaging in the server itself, but I do respond to DMs. I'm just bad at being the first one to reach out. I am trying to work on it. Still, though, I will be there are some creators that I'm still wanting to reach out to. I'm gonna build up the courage and see if they are willing to honor me with an interview, because hey, I do want to get back into that. Those were a lot of fun. So we'll just have to see where the future takes us, I guess. That was a pretty nice short little segment. A little stun locked, but all good. Oh, right, I should be watching the dashboard. Bring back the interview? I want to. There is one person in particular I was wanting to get an interview with. Like, they've responded positively, I just haven't followed up on that really. The exchange rate. Yeah, fair enough. And it keeps changing. Well, currently from this stream, it's like 10 bucks revenue. Canadian anyways. Because there was the $2 and then the €5. Oh yeah, Stream Elements Discord bot. I forgot I had that. I thought I switched to Nightbot. Yeah, I don't really think about exchange rates until, well, it's in the account. Okay, we ready to dive into the, I guess, not really dive in? Switched from SE tonight, but I guess I forgot to disable it. I don't care that much that the bot's still up, or the bot is still up. It doesn't make that big of a difference to me. We ready to move on to the next one? I think I am. Oh, my window's open. Now it's not. Gotta love that tracking sometimes. Okay. Let's get into it, I guess. There's a place on the internet that some people, including me, have referred to as the internet's butthole. Now, they do produce some true stories or right stories, as this one VTuber journalist I'm about to look over puts it. But they also produce a lot of misinformation stuff. Like, they might be right about leaks sometimes, but they weren't right about the flat earth conspiracy theory, because I'm pretty sure that comes from 4chan. Correct me if I'm wrong. But anyways, Doki, the VTuber journalist that writes for Dexerto, if you ever heard of that, pronouns they, he. Yes, the flat earth is disappointing. Anyways, Doki had posted one big thing from this week, like last week? I don't remember days. It's all a blur. I'm a VTuber. Vtubing needs to ignore 4chan. For every right story, they post 1,000 fanciful ones. It's a scourge of misinformation. It might be the funny conspiracy site until it isn't. The way many have treated it as a beacon of truth is horrifying. Hey Alexa, we're talking about 4chan. And well, I don't disagree with anything posted in this tweet, which is why I retweeted it. I think overall Ducky's been pretty on the up and Pog. Hey Tibbs. Yeah, YouTube is a cunt. How early in the video? Demonetized? No, 2 minutes, 5 seconds. I mean, monetization doesn't matter to me at my size. A couple of responses of note that also kind of add a little more context, little other insights. This Kenny had posted, I think a problem is that VT, board on 4chan, unfortunately has roots in the community, and its users undoubtedly play a role in discourse, and the community far more than we'd like, or plays a role in discourse of the community far more than we would like to admit. To overlook their ongoings wouldn't be helpful either, but they are definitely not gospel by any means. Ducky had responded, the culture of, quote, dissecting the rats, I honestly don't know what that term means, needs to stop, frankly, especially from news types, because that's how misinformation spreads. Seeing those with influence share narratives that are completely unvetted, and seeing people run with them as full truths is how cults start, which I do agree with. I try to be as objective and reasonable with the takes I come up with for whatever I'm covering, whether it's being a very serious topic or if it's like typical run-of-the-mill Twitter drama, like call-out threads that don't need to be made public, but they do anyways. MG Doran replied with, I fell down that hole for a few months a couple of years ago because despite all the toxicity, there was also a feeling of secret access. There were some very big VTubers who were pretty active there, and a couple of times they referenced random things I said there on stream. Which is, to me, a little upsetting. I can probably guess what the, I can probably guess what bigger VTubers. I'm not really in the interest of making a call out video of this right now. It's just, yes, I'm actually going to go over what he actually posted because, well, it's based. Ducky had responded to Doran, I understand the feeling of wanting, belonging, insider knowledge, and community, but 4chan is not the place. It's more wrong than right by some margin, and it's harmful. The more people who call out, hey, maybe this cesspool is bad, the better. We need to stop legitimizing it. And frankly, what Mr. Underhill posted is what I think about all these replies I've read. Now, it does look like this conversation may go on. I'm not going to fully dive into it. I'm more interested in talking about the broader topic. That is, don't take 4chan as gospel. You can literally just say anything on there, and it's the whims of the mods that get banned. Or that ban stuff. Usually stuff just goes unvetted unless it makes, public discourse, public attention. Oh yeah, big ups to Underhill and Doki. I actually really like Underhill's stuff. I actually, when I first started watching him, I was kind of like, maybe he's focusing a little too much on the positive. But as I continued to watch him, he does still address the more serious things. But I do like his breath of fresh air, so to speak, with going into the positive content. There's honestly not enough. A lot of the commentary types that I've seen, some are good, some are not. I prefer to shout out the good ones. But that said, I don't know most of them for the most part. It would be like, I only really know some of the videos of Underhill, but I still like him. He's on the up and up. I've seen more than a handful videos from Toledo and Static Tokyo. I really like both their videos. They're entertaining. They're informative. They're funny. And then there are some other creators that don't necessarily put out videos. They just kind of talk whatever's on the top of their head, and then like clip channels will clip that, put it out, and that's a fair amount of their exposure. And a lot of them I don't particularly trust. Well, not every single person that does get involved in that is a terrible person, but it hasn't been exactly a great track record. So I don't know what RAT stands for, but I do know it's a funny way of saying rumors. And it can be the person spreading said rumor. Oh, okay. So like sussing out the rats would be exposing whoever's rumor mongering or something. I actually didn't know that. But yeah, rumors are not that great. You probably shouldn't spread them. I typically don't really like to spread call out threads without real evidence in them, so to speak. At least reasonably convincing stuff. Especially if multiple people are saying the same kinds of things about one particular person's behavior. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Don't trust 4chan. Stop recording. There. I guess I didn't hit the button hard enough. Okay, I got 4 React videos I want to get into. One of them is longer. It's an exposing a YouTuber and the person making the call out. I've seen his videos before. I think he's great. I think he's on the up and up. I'm curious to actually see this because I've never heard of this card postings. Aside from that, there's X-Men 97 and the rightoid outrage. There's Finster is now a member of the LGBT. It is a clip from a fan channel, so but it's like an 8-minute video. And then there's also from CDog VA, Connor. Weren't they always? Personally, I think so. I think gender nonconforming people, whether regardless of their sexual attraction, if they're still, if they're still at least pushing boundaries of gender not conformity and whatnot, I'm cool with calling them an ally or calling them part of the alphabet mafia. I'll get into that a little bit more when I actually go to watch the video. It's beautiful. We witnessed the backstage of VOD production. Unironically, I'm a little confused. I mean, I guess catching the stream is like hanging out backstage, sort of, with the video segments that I record. The Finster one is going to be a clip from their VOD. I don't know. Last I heard, Finn was cis guy that likes to dress femme. So the video might be changing that. I don't know. But yeah, largely, yeah, that was the idea. Yeah, I don't think Finn put out a specific segment themselves about it. I actually haven't checked out their channel in a bit, but I've known of them for a bit. I found them funny, just haven't really been keeping up. To be honest, I don't keep up a lot with Twitch. It's far easier for me to keep up with YouTube and Twitter. Wait, do I follow Finn on Twitter? Literal crime. God, I want to show you his. I'm pretty sure, at least for now, he is, him, just likes being the gender non-conforming thing. And I want to show you his Twitter, but, well, it might age restrict the VOD. And that does impact, his ability. Are we more interested in Finster, Connor, or X-Men? Oh god, the X-Men. Yeah, I'm kind of excited about that one. It is a 5-minute video, but I mean, there are chuds with longer videos. I just think, yeah, the X-Men one is 5 minutes. The Finster one is 8 minutes. X-Men, then Connor, then Finn. So far, I'm kind of thinking the order will be X-Men, then Finn, then Connor. I think I'll go with that order. X-Men, then Finster, then Connor, and then card posting. Because card posting will be the longer video. Now, do I open the X-Men video with the meme, or do I save the meme for later? Tough call. So there was a very popular show back in the late 90s called X-Men. It was based off of some kind of comic. I don't think anybody's heard of it. I'm kidding. Tons of people have heard of it. Most people have at least heard of the X-Men. They might not fully understand all the, allegories to racism with this show itself and the importance of acceptance and inclusion. But there are people that just, lack that media analysis, I guess is the term. There have been more than one, I would say right-leaning at least, creators already talking about Disney making X-Men woke. And from what I can tell, it's based off of one specific character, which is a shapeshifter who is non-binary. And that's a problem to them for some reason. Personally, I agree with a post made by a Mighty Keef that goes as follows. Woke this and woke that. Let's talk about what X-Men really took from us. Get it? Cause the ass is not as... The dumpy is not as thumpy. Anyways, we're going over a video by Geeks and Gamers. Let's see what you got. I should turn up. Oh my god, I know, right? I actually really liked the X-Men. I'm pretty sure I saw at least most of the show, but I am actually really hyped that it's coming back. I'm going to be tuning in. Anyways, Geeks and Gamers, what you got?
What's up, Geeks and Gamers? It's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today we are talking about X-Men 97. Everybody is excited for X-Men 97 after seeing the trailer, after seeing the marketing, after seeing the nostalgia all over the place.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about X-Men is the hugely diverse cast. If you don't like one character, there was another character. There were so many characters that had so many unique traits that basically everybody had somebody they could see themselves as in a way that they could relate to. It was literally appealing to, everybody. More or less, anyways.
Everyone is loving it. Well, at least the uninitiated are loving it, because if you've been paying attention to Disney...
Wait, the uninitiated? This will be funny.
Marvel, Lucasfilm, Pixar, anything they've been doing for the last several years, well, you probably know that there's a lot of bait involved in order to pull you in so that they can then push their propaganda and their nonsense. Now, again...
Propaganda, I'm guessing he means that gay people or non-binary or trans people exist, and they're referencing that. Beast Boy was DC. We're actually talking about Marvel.
And I love X-Men.
Wait, unless you're talking about Beast. Because Beast was from the X-Men.
Animated series. I think it's probably the definitive animated series for superheroes. It's phenomenal. And I think it actually did more for X-Men than even the comics or anything. I mean, the animated series was amazing. And we got this trailer for X-Men 97. And look, there's a lot to like about this trailer for sure. I had some criticisms of it on Geeks and Gamers Daily, but overall, I think there's some pretty good stuff in here. I some of the animation bothered me, and some of the character models, like, not that they're bad, but like Rogue, I didn't think looked great. I just think
Me too. But for one specific reason, I'm an ass lady.
there was something about like the background animations were pretty good, but the
Personally, I don't think the animations themselves are too horrible, so to speak. Like, they are going back, or they're at least calling back to the traditional art style, like what the original X-Men was created under. It wasn't used with digital production. At least as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure it was still in the stage of traditional art, where it was like physical frames of each of the different frames, and it took a lot of effort.
character models didn't seem to line up with it at all times. That's just me, as someone that loved the animated series, obviously.
Yeah, it's really more of a nitpick. I would really appreciate if you got into an actual argument.
You have Storm, which, listen, as I said, I know she had the mohawk in the comics. That is not why Disney is going with the SJW haircut. It's just not. It's just not.
Guys, Disney is not designing this for this version of Storm off of the comics that looks identical with this haircut. They're basing her off of the SJW propaganda machine. Yeah, that's definitely the more reasonable take.
But again, you know, a lot of people looked at it and said, "Hey, man, I'm really looking forward to this."
Oh, that scene was actually fucking hype. The fact that they did that right here with Gambit and Wolverine.
Hey, man, I'm really looking.
That was sick. Charging up his claws, overpower them. I love it when they take the different powers and then just kind of merge them together and find different ways that they can interact to overcome obstacles. That was like, I don't remember how much they did it in the show. A lot of the original show is just nostalgia vibes for me. But I did at least get some kind of understanding. I don't remember every specific instance.
Looking forward to this. It looks great. Yada, yada, yada. Totally understood. Totally understood. But we got a little bit of an issue suddenly, because this is how it goes with Disney.
Can you point out the non-binary character? Some people might be able to. Wombo combos happen a lot. I know they definitely did in like games and stuff. What was it? Marvel Ultimate Alliance at the very least. Though that game line, they did a lot of crossover powers with different heroes. Storm, you think? Actually, no. The non-binary character is this person, and they're a shapeshifter. But that triggers this person, and they make a 5-minute video about it. Which triggers... I can't really hover over myself with the mouse very easily. Which triggers me to respond with a much longer video. Don't know who that is. This person is named Morph because they shapeshift for their power. And Geeks and Gamers is 369 nice 1,000 subscribers on YouTube.
The moment that, you know, you see something you're maybe a little bit excited about.
Yeah, Mystique too. Mystique is all... Though I don't actually know which way Mystique identifies, she definitely leans into being feminine coded at default, so I kind of just jump to those. I wouldn't be surprised if people just jump to he, him with Morph if, like, this is his base form. When I had said shapeshifter, you had thought Mystique? Yeah. Like, when people think X-Men shapeshifter, the first one that comes to their mind is Mystique. But with X-Men 97, it looks like we're going to have a different shapeshifter joining the team of the main cast. And I'm also really glad that they're doing Bishop as well. I think he was a badass character.
Well, then we get this right here from X-Men Updates.
Oh no.
Morph's characterization in X-Men 97.
Fun fact, you can read it right here, partially off the side of his screen when it's not blocked by chat, but X-Men Updates is a fan account. They also happen to appear to be left-leaning, or at least progressive-leaning. They seem pretty pog. I think I gave them a follow.
This is a lighter take on the character who is non-binary and has an interesting buddy relationship with Wolverine. The character's past with Mr. Sinister, the show's villain, could also come into play. And boom.
Boom? Is that a dunk that characters can grow and become not as cunty? Like, for real, you could use this framing on Zuko. And as long as it didn't mention Zuko being non-binary, they wouldn't give a shit. It seems they only really give a shit that non-binary and, I guess, lighter phrasing, so to speak. You want some Cyclop laser-heated Wolverine claws? I'm willing to bet they're going to do that. That's kind of like a staple technique, so to speak, between Cyclops and Wolverine. Again, I just like seeing their different power combos.
Boom. Done. See you later. It's over.
Bye.
I retweeted
we won't
this.
miss you.
Simply put, fuck this show. Again, it's Disney. What do you expect? We saw Bob Iger the other day. We saw the leaked call from Bob.
Man, I expect corporations to appeal to the biggest demographic that they can in order to maximize their profits. And, well, it just so seems that the majority of people are in favor of supporting trans identities, supporting non-binary identities, supporting gay marriage, all that fun stuff. It's been trending into better places lately. Like back in the 70s, they definitely wouldn't appeal to the alphabet mafia because there was far less support from the, back then. These days, there are far more people willing to be just like, yeah, I think they're okay. They deserve rights and they should be treated like such. And then just virtue signaling along those lines, yeah, it kind of does impact their profit margins, because that's what they do. They maximize their profit margins. They don't particularly care what they're actually saying. That's my opinion anyways regarding large corporations.
Bob Iger. Again, let me play that for you. The lead call from
Actually, please do. I have no idea what this Bob Iger call is.
Bob Iger the other day, where he puts it all into perspective right here. Bob Iger says it.
About this eloquently since he's become CEO. I'll say a couple of things about it. You know, we've tended to shy away from politics. And in doing so, I think we've shied away from...
Okay, real quick, the original X-Men, even the comics, were political. They just didn't really frame it in a very outspoken way about it. X-Men was always an allegory for racism. Am I wrong on that? No. You gotta come on stream to prove me wrong. Until then, you're wrong.
Talking about issues that aren't political at all, like the issues that we're talking about today. Because we believe in doing so, maybe it looked like...
Did I hear that right?
From talking about issues that aren't political at all, like the issues that we're talking about today. Because we believe in...
Okay, what I'm this might be my biases talking, but I kind of think like I don't think trans issues like trans healthcare should be political at all. They should just be healthcare issues. But there's just the right wing of the American Party, which has decided they want to make trans people the scapegoat of all their culture war stuff. And from what I've heard, it's been backfiring on them.
In doing so, maybe it looks like we're taking a stand. Well, in that reality, we should be taking a stand. By the way, I take responsibility for this. I was CEO for 15 years. And so I manage the company's public-facing processes and how we were portraying ourselves. And I think that we have to be less cautious, as Bob, I think, was just alluding to, about such things and not be concerned. Like just commenting about what happened in Washington last week, that's not political on our part at all. We know that what we saw was fundamentally wrong and that it was rooted in hatred and disrespect and contempt.
Man, I have no idea what he's directly referring to here. Which thing happened in Washington? My gut instinct is telling me, is he talking, or is making me think, is he talking about the Jan 6 stuff? Because that could be it.
And intolerance. And we should feel free as a company to comment about that without retribution.
That's Bob Iger. He also says, hey, we did Black Panther. How great are we?
A great example of that, or Tiana, or of course, Black Panther is one of the great examples of that. I allowed those things to make me feel a bit complacent in a sense. It's not that I wanted to be that way, but I thought, wow, we did Black Panther. How great are we?
And that is Bob Iger's mentality. So
I'm really getting the vibe that Bob Iger was talking about that critically. Like, hey, I kind of did have this bias. I did have this bias when we did make that movie, and I am kind of recognizing that. It could be that way. I personally don't know. I don't know Bob Iger at all, really. All I really know is that one clip. And in that, I didn't take that as like a beating of his chest. Yeah, I'm totally anti-racist because I was the one that that greenlit Black Panther. What do you mean the comics about people discriminated because of what they are have racist subtext? No way. Yeah, I know. Wild, right?
So yeah, so again, for those that are excited about X-Men 97, don't let me rain on your parade.
Oh, don't worry, you're not.
Go for it. Be excited for it. Love it. Have at it. I've been through this way too many times with Disney and Hollywood and all of this. And there was some nostalgia bait in that trailer for sure. And
Is the problem here nostalgia bait? Because, dude, X-Men 97 is purely nostalgia bait. The entire fucking thing. And I've just seen the trailer for it. It is the entire show, the art direction, the character design, the plot are from 97. They're just continuing where it got canceled. So why is the nostalgia baiting what you're focusing on?
I don't have a problem with nostalgia as long as it's nostalgia for the right reasons and not meant to pull you in so that they can then push their nonsense. And
like being anti-racist, right? Man, I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet. I don't remember who tweeted it, but it was along the lines of, if X-Men 90, or if the original X-Men cartoon came out today, people would be calling it woke because Storm is a black woman with tons of like literal power. And well, we've done better about racism in our cultures. Not perfect, don't get me wrong. But it's not really the talking point they have these days. They don't really talk about race all that much. They're more focused on, interestingly enough, non-binary people, gender, transgender topics. Curious, isn't it?
that is what we're going to see with X-Men 97. So let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you very much for checking out this video.
Bye. Yeah, I don't think it's that big of an issue to have a literal diverse cast of characters. Could there be an issue with having so many characters that you don't get the time to properly develop them? Well, yeah, that's a legit factor in like every single show and movie. You don't want to introduce too many characters and then not be able to properly flesh them out. Luckily, I'm pretty sure the original X-Men ran for so many seasons that every character did at least get one episode of fleshing them out, as well as probably having character growth throughout different arcs. Again, I am speaking off of memory, and I haven't watched the original show in, well, forever. That said, I'm genuinely looking forward to the new X-Men cartoon. I'm more than likely going to be keeping up with it. That was a fun one. Just need to double check something. Jeez, turn a 5-minute video into a 20-minute video. Love it. Okay, I got to BRB a quick second, and then I will be back and we'll talk about Finster.
So
Oh, I wasn't gone that long. But how did you get a desk stuck in the window? Hey Raj, thanks for tuning in. Okay, let's talk about Finster. I had a video come across my YouTube homepage which caught my eye because apparently Finster is now a member of the LGBT community. Personally, I figured I put him into, I'm using he, him because as far as I'm aware, those are his pronouns. He just likes to really present feminine. It was Joestar. I'll take your word on that one. But yeah, a fan channel of Finster's put out an 8-minute clip, I think. And well, we'll see where it goes. I know he has been supportive of LGBT subjects, let's go with, in the past. So does he actually fit into the rainbow himself? Personally, I kind of always thought so because he was gender non-conforming. And for me, that's enough towards like the trans side of the spectrum to be like, yeah, you're one of us.
So I stayed in Brighton.
Oh, wait. Boop. Turn up volume.
So I stayed in Brighton for a little bit. I went to go see Wilbur Soot because I think he's moving. I went briefly to go see Will for like an hour. If you guys know who Wilbur Soot is, he's this dude. He's a musician and YouTuber and well, I think he's just a musician, but he's streamer, YouTuber. One of the just very big thing. I went to go to.
You showed him quickly, but snack. I get it. I get it.
His house. It was really lovely. He got me a cup of tea. He was a nice guy, and but as soon as Wilbur, one of the best people that I've met from doing YouTube, one of the nicest people I've ever met. And so, but I got to his house and I got out the Uber and I just went, "What's up, man?" And he went like, "You're American. What? You're American. You're like pronouncing your R's. Do you want a glass of water?" Do I sound that American, dude? Surely not. Okay, I need your opinion from either British people or Americans, actually. You sound like Schlatt. Don't ever fucking tell me that ever again. Ban that guy. Mods, kill that guy. Zealous Crow, ban him. I want him gone. I'm trying to see if I can get away. You don't sound remotely American. Hear me out.
Okay, I will say I personally do hear a non-American twang in his voice, but I can also see where people are coming from when they say, like, he does have a somewhat American accent. As he said, he does pronounce his R's a little more often than, well, Brits. Like, the stereotype against Brits is like, ka-o-wa-a. And hopefully you know what I just said, if you understand British.
Out here.
Yes, you're turning into a colonial. Open mouth smile.
Hear me out here. Do you think I could get away with saying that I'm an American that's lived in England for like a decade? Like, do you think I could get away with saying like, well, okay, here's my thing. I'm not gonna say like, okay, half of you are saying yes, half of you are saying no. I'm not gonna go to people and say like, yo, I'm from Minnesota. No one's gonna believe that. But like, could I tell a British person that doesn't know shit about American accents that I'm from like DC? Like, no one knows what a fucking DC accent, what fucking something, Washington DC accent sounds like.
I would think they wouldn't personally buy it because you do still, or Finn does still have the pretty influenced voice, so to speak. Living in there 10 years, I'm not sure how much that actually affects one's accent. I do think people's accents get a little less thick, or thinner, if you will, as they learn the other language better. They get better at enunciating, that kind of thing. But I don't know how well or how it would work with transitive properties of like an American goes and lives in England for a while. I don't know how much that would affect their accent. I would think it would change at least a little. Definitely their kids would grow up with that accent.
No one knows what that is. It just sounds, it's vaguely American.
Correct. Your open mouth smile.
I couldn't say I'm from Texas or California because people know what that sounds like. No one knows what someone from DC sounds like. No one. If you didn't say war,
I know what somebody from DC sounds like. We're going to get into that later on stream.
Oh, hold on. If you didn't say water, wait, no, yeah, water. But, well, listen, if I.
At least you don't sound Australian.
Australian's a good accent. I'd be alright with sounding Australian. But then...
Mixed feelings, because, like, it is a good accent, and then there are times where it's just a really fucking funny accent. I'm sorry. it has an inherent comedic effect to it, at least for me. Maybe I'm just racist. Don't tell my Australian friends. But for real, I'm not genuinely biased against Australians. Maybe I am.
It's
I hope
less
not.
cool than American. So you're from New England. DC is a single city and no one is actually from there. That's what I mean. No.
It's more that you sound like a Brit who has lived in the US for too long,
That's less cool.
rather than the other way around.
That's cool. That's like being a traitor. I would say if you're from America and then you move to England, like it's got to be, you can't have gone back, you know, because then it sounds lame, which is exactly what actually happened. But that sounds way lamer. What I should say is I'm from America and make up a whole new backstory. If I'm a stupid idiot from the UK. If you told me you're American, I'd probably be like, yeah, sure, yeah. I could make up a whole new.
Yeah. There's in America, in England, in Canada, wherever, there's a lot of people that just don't really know, don't really care, don't put a lot of thought into it. And if you say something with confidence, they'll take you at your word. My channel is based off of that.
Life. I could just bullshit.
Your accent puts the trans in transatlantic.
It's pretty good.
Oh my god, the way that caught him, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. What does this have to do with him being queer or part of the alphabet mafia? I want to know. And I'd rather not go through the entire video, but I mean, at least it's just a clip from a VOD. It's not like high effort content posting. I do like high effort content posting, don't get me wrong.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Is it just me or does Finn look more gay than usual? Okay, man. Jesus. I mean, is that bad? I mean, my skin's doing pretty well. I got good skincare recently, you know? Besides, like, one spot right fucking there that's annoying me, but...
Finn notices that spot. I honestly can't. All I see is jealousy. Dude looks so good. Like, I swear to God, a lot of conversations I've had in private regarding Finn when I'm talking to like other trans people, they're all like, I like him, but fuck him because he's so pretty and I'm jealous kind of thing. He got them lucky genetics. And he rocks it.
More than you being a boy, I have a hard time remembering you're British.
Really? Because people used to bitch about my British accent, that I didn't like it. And then people used to, and now people bitch about how I've got a strange half American, like I'm trying to be American for some reason.
Look at the camera straight. Sorry. Thought you were looking a little gay.
This chat's
I
just
think
bullying
doing my
him.
makeup every day genuinely got to me a little bit, chat. Like, when I got back from that work trip, from doing like shoots and stuff all the time, I woke up in the morning at like 7:30 and then just went like, oh, I have a routine to follow now. I did the puppy thing. As soon as I got back, puppy out,
Hey,
do his thing.
41
And I went like
months.
back up. I immediately like unzipped my suitcase to get like clothes for the day. Didn't you come out as Ace this week? I don't know why the fuck people thought that was like a coming out. I have said that I'm Ace. I've said like,
Really? Huh. Literally. He might have addressed it before, but this is the literal first time I'm hearing Finn is Ace. Honestly, cool. Now I do kind of feel bad for all the people like horny posting and teasing. That kind of puts it into a little bit different perspective. Like, you can appreciate his aesthetic without, you know, pushing sexual desires onto him.
oh, I just don't really... I think I've said like, oh, I don't have much of a sex
F1
drive, and then just like,
truly,
I'm a bit
you
Ace.
can never look more
That's
gay
about
or
it.
less gay because you're peak hot/grem/dork, and such beauty is beyond any of the original 5 genders that were in Plato's Symposium.
I
True.
guess I can talk about that kind of openly. I don't really care about that. Like, you know, there was... I fucking got relatable, what? I just don't really like how OF went ace. I know, right? Isn't it fun? It's not like, okay, so
Right. Oh yeah. Like he made a OnlyFans, and before even posting a single picture, it became one of the biggest on OnlyFans. And I mean, there are a lot of people who will be like, oh, you do any form of sex work, therefore you can't be ace. And like, no, ace people can enjoy kink. They can enjoy the artistry of photography. They can appreciate the aesthetic of the human form. It's not always a sexual thing. But for most people, it's a sexual thing. We can't make any definitive claims regarding another person's sexuality, their identity, whatever. We can only take them at their word for it. And at the end of the day, it does not make a big difference one way or another how someone identifies. The big difference to me is, oh, how am I going to refer to this person? It's really it.
well, I think people kind of misunderstand the concept of being ace. I just don't really have an interest in, like, the thing, you know what I mean? Like, it's a spectrum, yeah. I just don't really have, like, I don't really care about fucking anyone, you know what I mean? This just doesn't really appeal, you know what I mean? I think anyone. So,
Bondage is a good example between kinky and artistic. Yeah, absolutely. And shibari, where you use ropes to create like a harness on someone else. That in and of itself is also considered a form of artistry. Because like it takes a lot of skill to figure out how to tie somebody up in a harness. Hot lot? Yeah. But yeah, there are people that are like, sure, sex is fun and I enjoy having it. I just never really think about it. That, to me, still describes at least a form of asexuality. There can be people who are sex repulsed and just never want it, never think about it, and if it ever comes up in conversation, they are displeased, I will use. But yeah, like a lot of things, and bad you were thinking about Shibari? Oh, okay, yeah. But still, there is also people that appreciate like the leather harness aesthetic. It's just it inherently has like an air of power dominance to it, and some people just like the idea of that, just like the look of it. And some people are able to what's the word? They're able to take the image in their head that they're picturing, that they like the aesthetic of, and then convert that into one way or another into like a photo, a video, whatever. And then when it gets released, people enjoy it for whatever reasons they enjoy it. No matter how somebody enjoys whatever content is made, it doesn't change what the creator was thinking when they created that. And again, we can't read people's minds. We can only take them at their word unless proven a liar. And I haven't been shown Finn to be a liar over anything. He seems pretty on the up and up. He's pretty funny.
I don't know, but you still have, like, brain. You still got a brain. You can still have fantasies and shit. So I kind of just go based on, like, for OF, just stuff that I like, you know? Stuff that I'd like to see. But, like, I'm not thinking,
Congrats
like, damn.
on officially joining the alphabet gang Ace King F1NN, the one letter people least expected for you.
I don't think...
Unironically true. It kind of surprised me to find out. It does kind of contextualize some other things, like I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's been at least one collab between Finn and Cottontail VA, and she made him blush.
That's really a big deal. I guess it's not, right? Like, I just don't really care. Yeah. How's Ashley? Ashley's great. Ashley's like, I mean, I guess there is like a thing there, but you know, I'm still doing my thing. I don't want to get really intimate about it.
Now my house smells amazing.
I just don't really like, it's a weird identity to have. I don't know. I don't really feel like it's part of me as a being. I just don't really care. Like, it's more, it's like, you know, like atheists and shit. Like, well, it's not like a belief system. It's just I don't do a thing that other people do. It's kind of that. I just don't. You guys all drink coffee and I don't, you know? That's it. I just don't really care. You know, I can drink coffee. It's just not like I'm not fucking hankering to drink coffee.
And ironically, a based way to think about it. Because a lot of people day to day don't think about it. They just understand how they perceive the world, how they interact with the world, sort of thing, and it does tend to lead to projection from people. Though a reasonable person would clear up the projection with a simple conversation. Ideally.
You know? I don't know, I never really thought about it as a big deal. Like, I've seen tons of creators just say like, you know, my sex drive's nothing crazy. I'm like everyone else, really. Just less. It's exposé, sure. I don't know, I don't care. Is it weird to have an identity on the thing and just like, I don't care. It's not a thing.
There are some people that might be overly sensitive about it, like, you're a part of this, you should be an advocate. No, you don't have to be an advocate for whatever. If you want to engage with that, cool. If you don't want to engage with that and want to focus on other stuff because, well, that's where your passions lie, cool. Pursue your passions, especially regarding like content creation with streaming. If you're putting your all into something you don't really care about, you just feel obligated to talk about, you're not really going to be delivering a very satisfying project in the end. It may only see potential reach. Yeah, that's a thing. But when you do, you know, put effort into caring about the stuff you're producing, it does overall lead to people taking an interest. Like, there's a saying, what was the fucking movie? Field of Dreams? If you build it, they will come. Typically, people do like feeling attached to a sort of community, to have like a gathering spot for other people with similar interests. And you don't know who else has those similar interests unless you reach out in some way. For me, I've mentioned this once before on stream, I've hosted a cosplay picnic out in my local city, the greater area of it. I didn't expect people to show up for a Naruto cosplay picnic, but there were like 25 to 30 people that ended up coming out to the park, and we just hung out. Conversations were had. We played some games like Red Rover because we were all adults. It was a genuinely fun time. It's something I should really consider doing more in the future, honestly. I can't remember if that's related to this as a topic. And yes, Alexa, come, just like that.
Thing that's especially interesting or worth talking about. It's a thing. I don't know. I just don't give a fuck about it. I'm also 5'10".
My bed caught on fire last night because my charging cable shorted out. Lamau. How are you doing today, Mommy Finter?
My bed caught on fire last night because I'm a member of the A in the LGBT blah blah blah. That's why my bed caught on fire. Am I right, fellas? I didn't realize that was a thing that you had to come out about. Was I supposed to come out?
Well, technically, you coming out about it was the first time you had, well, mentioned it on stream. I don't think you necessarily need to have like a full coming out video. They do kind of help draw the eyes of people that care about that topic. So, I don't know. And there's a lot of people that do genuinely just enjoy their favorite creators, and they will sometimes go out of their way to try and find out fun facts about their creator. They want to feel more of a connection to them. I can't blame people for wanting to do that. It is pretty understandable. Humans are social creatures. We're the type to want to get along with everybody. We're a curious creature as well. We like finding new stuff, as it seems.
I'm supposed to tell people? Was that a thing? At what point do I go like, yo, I don't want it? Guys, I got this really big thing to tell you. I don't feel like fucking.
Hey Finn. It took me years to figure out that I'm a little weird compared to other people with the ace/demi spectrum. I'm way more weird about it than you, but the people around you are the ones who will find it much more significant. Okay, back to cooking.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, some people will have... It's definitely possible that the other people you tell may have more of an invested interest in, finding out. But personally, I think if people have a sort of invested interest in whether or not somebody's asexual, they might have underlying biases they might need to check out. Because, like, if somebody has a problem with Finn being ace, do you have a problem with the asexuality, or do you have a problem that you probably won't be able to sleep with him? I mean, I get wanting to. Trust me, I get it. But largely, don't try to sleep with your streamers. It's not going to happen.
It's like, I guess so. No, definitions are normal, this is normal. I guess not normal, like it is by definition rarer than, it's abnormal. But like, I don't know, it's like never, like, I get the thing, like, if you're gay or something.
I think the ace thing surprised us because we took it for granted that you're a pillow princess.
I'm not going to explain that joke. I'm not going to explain why that made me laugh. I'm just going to let Finn respond.
I don't do anything. Just say I don't really care. Like I'm more like a fantasy type of guy than real.
Fantasy, huh? Go on.
I can honestly respect that. The vibe I'm getting is Finn likes the idea of things sometimes, but it's not really on his mind most of the time, and he just doesn't really have a drive to pursue it physically. So, I mean, to me, that fits in the gray asexual demi spectrum, at least somewhere. But yeah, Ace is part of the Alphabet Mafia.
See, that's more interesting to talk about. See, that's more interesting to talk about, which is why I won't do it.
Ah, you baiter.
But he has an OnlyFans.
To be fair, I have seen other OnlyFans creators that have come out as like asexual. There have been sex workers that do that. And like there have been community discourse about it, but it's largely people getting mad over misunderstandings. Like they hear the term asexual and they think that means you should always be repulsed by sex in any form. Is funky. Anyways, Finster is pretty pog. You should go subscribe to him if you don't already. And that was a clip fan channel of his. But yeah, respect to the asexual people. I'm Arrow. We stand together. You don't have to be a loud advocate if you don't want to. It doesn't need to be a defining character trait of yourself. It can just be a cliff note in your biography. It doesn't really make a big difference. But for a lot of queer people, it does put one's mind at ease to know that, oh, hey, this creator that I look up to, that I really enjoy their content, they're also at least partially a member of that community. So it helps feel a little more at home, so to speak, with your favorite creators. Come? Yeah, come. Exactly. I think that wraps up the Finn segment. Okay, I'm going to be moving on to a video about CDog, or from CDog VA, not even a fan channel. So there's a flesh tuber out there that tends to interact fairly frequently with some of the bigger VTubers, particularly notable Iron Mouse likes to collab with CDog VA a lot. And for the most part, I don't hear him talk about like any VTuber drama, which is now has really caught my eye because he's put out a 3-minute video on his Connor Clips channel. Yes, that's his official channel as far as I can tell, about why he can't legally talk about the VTuber drama. Now, I'm no lawmancer, so I'm not going to speak on any sort of laws regarding it, but I am quite interested in, well, why he doesn't talk about drama. If he doesn't talk about drama because he literally just doesn't want to engage with that at all, he just wants to do his goofy streams, I can't fault him for that. I am kind of curious what makes it that he legally can't. Does he have like an NDA with V Shoujo? I don't know. Let's find out. Go ahead, Connor.
What's the drama? Just okay, it is clickbait, but there is drama, all right? Okay, I mean, there's actually drama, but there's not too much I can say about it, unfortunately.
To be fair, there is usually drama within the VTuber scene. It is like every week a new VTuber outs themselves as being racist or something. I swear to God, it feels like a weekly thing. It is just so prominent. I mean, I guess that's why I get a lot of content too. But come on, there's so fucking many.
Unfortunately, Japan has fantastic defamation laws that are completely stupid.
Right, he lives in Japan. So the defamation laws from Japan apply to him. Now, I don't know the laws at all, particularly. I have heard that they are very, very strict. You can't just say out-of-pocket things about other people on the internet.
So, a lot of the times, I can't talk about certain things for fear of getting sued. So it's very frustrating. But, you know, we can talk about things in vague terms. Yeah, Japan has this brilliant legal precedent where...
Does the allegedly defense work, where you can just say allegedly all these things and then you're not directly declaring them? I personally do not know. And if I were living under those laws personally, oh man, I would be far more careful with my content. But to be fair, even with being governed by Canada's laws, I don't think I've been that uncharitable with the stuff I've said on my stream. I don't know. Do you think I've been uncharitable? Tell me in the comments.
Defamation is not... in Western countries, defamation typically means you have to prove that there's some false terms being said or false statements.
I think for defamation, it's regards to knowingly making false statements that financially damage somebody's reputation, their career, whatnot. At least I think that's it in those lines. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But in Japan, you just have to prove malice, or like intent to harm. So like, for example...
Oh, shit. Yeah, then you could like essentially sue a bunch of people for having out of context screenshots where they're talking shit. I'm right for the most part. So I'm technically correct. The best kind of correct. But yeah, you just need to get some leaked DMs, and then they have a call-out video on you, and that would be enough. I don't know if that's actually the proper understanding of the law, but it's kind of the direction I'm going for. I make a lot of Simpsons quotes. I mean, I'm making allusions or references. Oh yeah, did you see the thing Critical covered, in which CEO of paper company had a tantrum? No, Tibbs, I have not heard of that. Can you link me that? That sounds wild.
If I wanted to, let's say, this is real, actually this is a real one. I knew someone whose friend went to the dentist fucked up their teeth. In Japan, they reviewed it publicly on Google and said, don't go to this dentist, 1 star, they fucked up my teeth.
Sounds pretty reasonable to me that you should be able to do that.
Hey,
and
Connor,
they got sued.
Wabi is in Japan right now. Any possible collabs/hangouts?
Oh.
Also, hope you're doing well.
I mean, if he's
Just
if he's down.
Japan's newest black company.
In Japan, like, let's say they fucked up my teeth, and I reviewed it, and I said bad things. The legal precedent, from my understanding, is that they would only have to prove that my review was made, or my disparaging words, even though I was, in a Western country, be fully justified in saying my opinion.
Unironically, yay, freedom of speech.
As if they can prove that I said things about them to harm them, which is a very low bar to achieve, you can get sued. And you can also get, from my understanding as well, I don't know if this is true, the punishment's quite severe. So, yeah. But they harmed a person? Literally doesn't matter. Like, there's been some crazy ones where, like, I think, there's some really backwards cases where someone has actually committed a crime. I think there was something like someone had committed a crime. Again, this is from my memory. I could be completely wrong. Someone committed a crime. Someone had published that they'd committed the crime and was trying to get them to lose business because of it. And because they were trying to get them to lose business, even though it was true that they'd committed a crime, it's public, that they were sued as well or something. It was some kind of bizarre thing.
That sounds wild, and honestly, it really, really makes sense why Connor doesn't really talk about VTuber drama. Though I would think most people, at least from the West, would not give that much of a shit unless, you know, they had some kind of bias already against Connor and were aware he lives in Japan, so he's governed by Japanese laws as he accesses the internet. Because that's what actually matters. No matter where you're accessing or wherever the site you're accessing is located, you are governed by the laws of where you're accessing it from. Like, I'm streaming from Canada. I am governed by Canadian law. It doesn't matter if it is legal in Russia, so to speak, to do something in particular, but if it's illegal in Canada, I could still be arrested for that, even if I was, say, uploading something to a Russian website. It would still come from Canada, and that could get me in trouble. So just like with Connor here, he is uploading videos from Japan, therefore he is governed by the Japanese defamation laws, and it makes a fuckload of sense of why he just doesn't talk about VTuber drama. Though, I mean, I guess I kind of like that it's not a particularly personal aversion to it. Personally, I think people should be taking critical eyes and actually going into the stuff they want to talk about, at least to a reasonable amount. And I guess that's different for everybody. But don't say shit on the internet that you don't believe to be true. It's not that bad. Better be safe than sorry, only takes one. True. Also, thank you, Tibbs. I'm not sure if I'll watch it on stream or not, because I don't know how much I would add to that conversation, so to speak. But, like, I kind of like Critical. He's got a good number of hits.
Basically, it doesn't matter if it's true, chat. Even if what you say is true, you can still get sued. So it's completely different, right?
Yeah. That's where it cuts off. Yay. So, at least it doesn't matter if it's true from Connor's point of view, because those are the laws he's governed under. I personally just hold myself to a standard of, I'm not saying anything on my stream that I don't believe to be true. And, well, you kind of just have to take my word for it. Well, that and whatever evidence I do provide to back up my points. But yeah, don't sue people. And also, VTubers, stop having drama once a week challenge. Level impossible. I don't know if you guys noticed, but in some of his chat, they were bringing up the Doki bird stuff. And, well, it really makes sense why he wasn't talking about that. Because, well, Doki, I think she's living in Canada right now. She was living in Japan for a while. Nijisanji is originally based out of Japan. And Connor lives there. So if he were to make coverage of Nijisanji, they could really make a compelling case to Japanese courts, I'm assuming, because, like, he's got the connections he does with VShoujo, a competitor of Nijisanji. So, like, I don't know, it's weird. I was kind of curious, and I was, like, vaguely aware he lived in Japan. I guess I just didn't put two and two together, really. Makes sense. Okay, one more video. There's this guy on YouTube. I kind of like him. He's called Alec Gunter. And somebody had recommended that I check out his video. Excuse me. His video, Fake BreadTuber Exposed Card Postings Crimes. And, well, this was going to be something that I was just going to casually watch off stream. But, hey, if you're going to recommend I check out a video, more often than not, I'll try to watch it on stream. If it's somebody I like and respect, I'm not really going to, and like they put a bunch of effort into it, I really don't want to play the entire video for a react. If it's something that I'm genuinely responding to, I'll probably react to the full thing. It's gray area. I really don't think I'm going to be going through this entire video on stream. I more than likely will end up watching the entire video. Anyways, this video is about a card posting, and I've never heard of that person until, well, I got recommended this video. So, without much further ado, take us away, Alec.
Writing out these little scenes and other little practice pieces did start to leave me feeling a bit more confident about what I was doing. Oh, confident is spelled with an A. Wait. Wait. Look at this. He's so confident in his writing, isn't he? Jesus, man. Jesus Christ. Spell check. Come on. It's a cheat code. You literally have a cheat code and you still can't do this shit. What's wrong with you?
Valid point.
John David Card. Who is he? What does he want? Why is he here? All
I don't know. That's why I'm coming to you, Alec. Let us know, please.
questions that we would love to have answered. Now, for those who may be confused, John David Card, also known as Card Posting, is somebody that I came across quite recently. He had a video on my front page. And as you can see, I have many tabs open. Many tabs open. And we're going to get into all of them. So,
Oh boy. I do that too. But I usually don't have that many tabs. I mean, I guess the closest was the video I did, most toxic VTuber I've ever met. Though that wasn't internet tabs. That was like a 50-slide slideshow calling out somebody's abusive behaviors. Anyways, unrelated to this, please continue.
So strap in, folks. We got a fun ride for you, all right? Fun ride. So here's card posting for you. This is Mr. John David Card. Now, John David Card set out to do an interesting, not experiment, an interesting project, basically. He has the dog whistle series, okay? And you can see my lovely face right there. We'll get into that in a second. So he does this dog whistle series, and I happened upon one of his videos called Dog Whistles 101 Friends, right? So I wanted to watch it. I wanted to go over it on my stream and just give my honest thoughts on it. And if you'd like to go see that video, you can go watch that. This is the third video in the trilogy, by the way.
I do, but they're all anti-links. Nice.
Ending strong. Okay, we're ending strong. All right, so that's the first video in the trilogy. Now, he responded to my response, in which he said basically that I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I really went into that thinking that he would respond with an open heart, an open mind, and good intentions. I did. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? So I was disappointed. I was just disappointed. You know, let me give you a little sampling, all right?
Progressive community organizer.
Now, as you can see...
Oh shit, I recognize that dude's face. I don't remember where, but I have seen people talk about him. He looks like, oh God, what's his name? He looks like Tom Hiddleston.
From the serial killer vibes,
that's what I said.
He has a way with words, a way with an audience, as you can see here, okay? Let me give you a little sampling of what he had to say about me. Friend once and get permit, yeah. Don't be like this guy. I have no time.
Funnily enough, Gunter's whole video comes across almost exactly like how a reactionary would try to discredit someone trying to bring attention to
volume
right-wing
master,
dog whistling.
man.
Absolutely, buddy.
What with
Of course.
acting like a concept can't be real because he doesn't understand it, and needlessly calling someone he disagrees with an asshole.
The ball, not the man. I'm sorry. No, this is fixable. This is fixable. All I said was back away from the camera and fix your background. This is all fixable. He looks fine as a person. All I said is back away from the camera. 1, fix your background. 2, this is all fixable. Right now it's serial killer vibes. I'm not backing off of that.
Right down to the way he chose to make his video's thumbnail an unflattering.
Okay, I get where Alec is coming from, for sure. It does come across a little strong, but I'm willing to bet he's got a lot of other things to back up why he's made a 40-minute video on the dude. But I do think this card posting could benefit from learning the rules of 3. Oh, good lord. That stream. Unrelated to what we're talking about right now. We'll talk about it later.
Screenshot of me mid-sentence surrounded by some all-caps text missing the point entirely.
Just make a quick comparison, okay? There's some distance. We got the lights in the background that are better at night. All right, granted. But, you know, I got some decorations up. It's not a garage, okay? It doesn't feel like I'm about to get tortured. If he could at least explain himself and be like, I simply don't have any other option but to do this shitty setup, then I'd get it. But he didn't. He didn't bother explaining that.
But
this is how he
I am
chooses to
glad
present himself.
He made the remarks that I look like I couldn't take a metaphorical.
What was the deal with making your thumbnail like that? Like what? I thought this was a masterpiece. What's wrong with it? It is classic meme format.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that thumbnail. That's kind of how I would do a thumbnail. But I would also add myself into the thumbnail as at least a little bit because, well, I'm narcissistic. I am a streamer, VTuber after all.
An impact font meme format. It's great.
And tell you that what you've said is absolutely moronic.
See?
Furthermore,
Here we go.
You aren't going to build coalitions with anyone. Streaming is not engaging in mass politics. In fact,
yeah, I'm not coalition building, by the way.
Online is. If you were in so much as a fortnightly tenants union meeting, or were sitting in on the planning committee of your local pride parade, and you couldn't go 10 minutes without calling people you disagree with assholes like that, you would be firmly told to leave.
So yeah, as you...
Okay, so it does sound like this guy is kind of missing the point of, hey, we're entertainers, we gotta say punchy stuff to keep people's attention, keep people entertained. Alec is, I'll say he's a little edgier than me from what I've seen. He makes a little more aggressive comments, so to speak, but I don't think that inherently means, like, if he were to be sitting in on a... Actually, no. The first time I saw or heard of Alec Gunter was him approaching, or was him talking to Matt Walsh the same time when Shark 300 did. Matt Walsh was doing like a going around the universities, ask me anything bullshit type thing, and both Alec and Shark actually did really well there. I liked what they had to say. Matt Walsh did not look good in my opinion, but still, in that instance, Alec wasn't being an aggressive dick, from what I remember, anyways. And I would say he came off as a little more aggressive on that Jubilee panel he went on. I forget which one specifically, but I'd seen it a little while back. But yeah, I don't think just because you make edgy jokes, perceivedly aggressive jokes while reacting to videos and stuff, that doesn't, at least to me, it doesn't necessarily say that every interaction with the person is going to just be like that. A lot of people kind of temper themselves, how they present themselves as they become, public figures, creators.
As you can see, this man has been doing many things in real life. Anyway, we're going to move on to the next part of this discussion. So He made a response. So I made a response to that, and then he made another response, right? And that's this one. And we're not going to go over the whole thing. I don't.
Oh my God, just debate already. Get it? Because it's a play on joke. Just kiss already. Ha, I'm funny.
Give a shit. Basically, he finds 50 different ways to call me the R slur, and that's about it. So we're going to move on from that, and we're going to move over to this lovely video here. Now, I pulled up this video to make a point. I don't like the way, my initial way. Oh, there he is in chat. Hello, card posting. Welcome. Welcome, my friend. Would you like to, let me offer you right now. Would you like to come on stream? I have set this entire thing up, but I will put it all aside.
God,
if you would like to come on stream right now, my friend, I will open that door for you. Sorry, it's not actually me. You son of a bitch! You had me going. Good job. Anyway.
Disappointing.
God damn it. All right, let's keep going. So I pulled up this video to make a point. Man, how dare you? How dare you? I should ban you for that. Don't ban him. It's fine. Anyway, he fessed up. He fessed up. So I pulled up this video to make a point. I don't like the way that he presents himself. First of all, you got to work on your drip. I'm sorry. It could be cute, but like with the setup, it just, the whole package is just so not attractive. Okay. And like I said in my second video of the trilogy, you have to present yourself well when you're doing activist content. Part of it is optics, right? You have to look good. You have to present yourself well. All right. And this is not.
Yeah, he's not wrong there. The less appealing you are to broader audiences, the less people are going to listen to you and the less effective your rhetoric will be. You kind of need people to listen to you in order to do any sort of coalition building. Some people prefer soft-spoken video essays. Some people prefer fiery debates. It's just a matter of preference. There's a diversity of tactics we can employ. And personally, from what I've seen of Alec, I think he's a good voice in the online left. That's my 2 cents.
Not good presentation. It's not, all right? Yeah, it could be cute grandpa drip. It could be, but he's just too creepy. So I just don't buy it, all right? So yeah, I pulled this up just to give an example.
I will say that if it wasn't a garage shed type background for card posting, I wouldn't get the serial killer vibe that Alec was talking about. Like, for crying out loud, he could, like, card posting could do like a Mr. Rogers aesthetic. You could be sitting in front of model trains or something. Something that's not, well, this shed that'll be the last thing you ever see.
Example. So let's go. What's the timestamp? 1526. So let's see what he has to say on the subject of cis heteronormativity, deconstructing it for fun and clout. Go ahead.
In a lot of leftist circles, your voice will be given less weight if you present as a typical straight white man.
By the way, I've never had that experience ever.
That might sound.
To be fair, I haven't heard of. I mean, I have heard of people that are just kind of. Like, I've met some people that are just kind of cunts towards the, what's it? I'm going to go with dominant power group. And, like, I can sort of see where they're coming from because, well, we're the minority. Yay. That said, just because somebody is from a dominant power group doesn't mean you should associate all of that dominant power group's characteristics, every single one, into every single person from that group. That leads to bigotries, and I want to rid the world of them. I think we're better off without bigotries.
Sound like a right-wing lie, but it's true, and actually it's good, because it's correcting for the fact that those sorts of voices and opinions have long historically been, and still are, given disproportionate weight everywhere else in society because of that aforementioned patriarchy and the institutional racism and sexism.
It's a Cosby sweater.
Here's the thing. You can get around a lot of that by being visibly and loudly queer. And here's the magic reason why it works. Because we all agree that simply identifying as something is what makes it real. Knowing this, I won't act in bad faith per se, and my support for queer rights isn't disingenuous. But if we make identity this malleable, but still attach this much meaning to it, then I am going to take it as far as I'm enabled to do so. Bonus points for the fact it makes outright reaction.
It looks like a youth pastor.
And all the bad kind of liberals mad, too. I'm perfectly ready, willing, and able to claim any sort of identity and pronouns in the moment, if it seems advantageous or fun.
So let's unpack that. He is willing.
Before Alec gets into his analysis, that really sounds to me like I will say anything that will advance my plans. Now, I can understand curating your language to maximize your audience, but I'm not personally going to make stances of things that I don't genuinely think are true. That's just kind of how I like branding myself. I like being honest, on the up and up, because to be honest, when you're lying and then you got to keep spinning those lies, it turns into such a fucking headache. It eventually does honestly become worth it to just be honest about everything. Let's see what Alec has to say.
And able to take on any identification he wants in the moment if it seems advantageous at that time. Is he allowed to do that? Sure, I guess. But why would you admit to that? Why would you go around saying to people, yeah, you know, I pretend to be trans or non-binary when it suits my needs. Oh, you know, like he literally says this in the video, by the way. I shit you not. He says, if somebody hires me or refuses to hire me, I can just switch gender statuses and sue him. He said
that does come across as a disingenuous weaponization of identity politics to further your own goal. That is not a great thing. Does it happen? Undoubtedly, it does happen. Do I think it's a broader problem with the entire movement of, like, queer people? No, I don't think it's a broader problem.
Says that in this video. I shit you not.
And you should be too, quite frankly. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing that gets you over your internalized heteronormativity quicker either. Gatekeeping is bad.
I would say, yeah, it does help you get over sort of internalized heteronormative biases. And by that, I mean, we are all raised in a society that, at least when I was a kid, was pushing, there's two genders, we don't really talk about being able to sex change, but those terms existed when I was a kid. And the more you do any sort of sexual or gender exploration, you find out more about what you like, what you don't like, what do you want to present yourself as, what do you like to engage with, that kind of thing. And you can find it that, hey, maybe a guy likes to cook, and guess what? That is breaking the heteronormative roles we have been thrust upon us in our society. Insert Joker laugh.
But it's kind of done away with when no facet of your identity is necessarily set in stone. Further still, it almost sounds like I'm the regressive one here.
Yes.
I'm really curious. What part of somebody's identity is set in stone? I mean, height, because that's metrically or empirically measurable. Melanin content, I guess.
But actually,
it sure does. It sure does. Wow. Wow, you hit the nail on the head, Card. Good job.
On the matter is, in reality, the furthest left it seems possible to get at the moment. To put it simply, TERFs are wrong and bad, trans medicalists are wrong and bad, and I will talk over them at every opportunity.
Agreed on that, at least.
Fully agree on that. It's at least we got something to agree on. But then there is also that earlier statement of he can just take whatever stance he wants to further his agenda. So that kind of inherently puts me at a distrust of him.
A woman-only space sounds innocuous enough, but it's unfortunately often a turf dog whistle. Fortunately, we can rhetorically maneuver around that sort of argument now. Remember, you're perfectly able to say whatever you need to subvert exclusionary spaces.
And what he just said right there is that if he wants to go peek in a woman's restroom, all he has to do is say, I am transgender, I'm a trans femme. Why would you say that?
Unironically, I fully agree with Alec. I don't know why he would ever bite that bullet.
Optics, man. Okay, we don't do that. Nobody does that. Nobody. But now you've opened up the door for people to think that they do. Why the fuck would you say that? This is insane. It's insane. Anyway.
Yeah, especially if you're supposed to be an advocate for this group. Like, whether we like it or not, people tend to listen to a cis-presenting white male. Or however the fuck you want to phrase it. A white dude. People tend to listen to white dudes whether we like it or not. And if you're supposed to be one of the better, or if you're supposed to be, or you think of yourself as one of the better advocates, why would you cede their argument for them and imply that it is more of a broader problem within the community that people can just do that? Is it a problem that people can just do that? And do they do that? Yeah, but not at any sort of... what's the word? Not really at... excuse me. It's not at a rate that appears to be a broader problem within the community. It just seems like people trying to take advantage of whatever to pursue their own goals. Something that you want to pursue your goals, do it, keep it above board. Not that hard. Then shouldn't you be calling them out and expelling them from your community? Wouldn't that be best optics? Well, I mean, we're going over a video called Fake BreadTuber Exposed, Card Posting's Crimes. And so I guess I am kind of doing that. We're finding out more about this stuff. So far, it's mostly I dislike his arguments, which that's really it. If there is more like damaging, tangible harm that he's been causing, then maybe, yeah, we might want to expel or excise from the community. I don't know at this point.
Anyway, point being is optics are shit. Okay, so I already have a problem with him on that basis alone. Now, during my research, I really thought, because he said several times in many of his videos that he did real life work. And so I was willing to give this guy the benefit of the doubt and say, you know, maybe this is just a well-meaning guy, right? Who wants to, you know, be progressive and do good things, right? But as it turns out, that's not the case. We're going to go into that later, but I'm just telling you guys that now to set you up for some severe disappointment. Severe disappointment, okay? It's not good. Anyway, let's move on. So this is just my comment section. I got a couple of comments. I just want to go over one real quick. This one from Okay Then. This was very entertaining. I've been aware of Card for a little while. Some time ago, I found that I was subscribed to his odd channel with no memory of having subscribed. Curious, I checked his channel in the URL Wayback Machine. And it turns out he had built up a few thousand subscribers because he used to post Chapo Trap House clips under the name Acid Marxist too. Implying he was associated with a popular Chapo clip channel called Acid Marxist. Since then, I've been spamming his videos on Reddit and writing things like, very worth watching in the post titles. So I don't think there are a lot of genuine organic Card fans out there. I think this is Card. I opened this comment thinking that it was one of the ones that was bringing concern, but now that I'm reading it, I think this genuinely is Card. Because he's trying to get ahead of what's coming next.
It does, I will say it does kind of come across as the playing defense for yourself under a different name. I don't have any way to prove that. Literally all I know about card posting is what we've discussed this last little bit. What are we talking about? Right now, we're talking about card posting and his alleged crimes. We haven't gotten to any crimes yet. So far, he's had bad optics, but we'll see where this goes. I do think Alec is on the up and up, but I mean, if he's going to say exposing their crimes without getting into crimes, that would be an issue. So far, I think he's just been setting up his arguments. We'll just have to wait and see.
Get into that. Let's see. I know that there's another comment where somebody mentioned that they know who he is. Here we go, from Sankaku Band. There's a lot of shit about this guy people don't know, by the way. He is definite grifter, who was spent a lot of time harassing transgender friends of mine and attempting to, quote, expose us to kiwi farms. A lot of the regular FTMs on 4chan's LGBT board know this guy, where he often shows his true colors. He also got a Discord server I was once in banned entirely by holding it basically ransom and reporting us if we didn't give him money. I ended up leaving that server due to issues with genuine racism, but that's besides the point. The guy also has a video on his channel where he openly admits to IDing as non-binary solely for clout with progressive circles as a way to game the system.
Now, do I think that those claims could be true? They absolutely could be true, but they're just that. Claims. I kind of need citations. Like, if you're going to say that this person is racist, this person harasses trans people, please have something to point to confirm why you believe that.
Just watch that. So beautiful. So there's some spoilers in here. There's some spoilers. I apologize. But I had to give you guys an idea of where we're going with this, because that's how we got to be where we're at. I don't just dislike the guy. He's a piece of shit, and we're going to get into it. Let's move on. So that's his YouTube presence. Let's talk about his Reddit presence. Now, his Reddit account, as it turns out, is banned. He does not have a John David Card Reddit account. There is no John David Card Reddit anymore. And you can see here, David Chang UA. All right, that's the name on this account. And we got Pink Breakfast Slop, Dog Whistles 101, The Wall. Look at this. Look at that right there. It seems that Mr. Card has a fan. Mr. Card has a fan, right? Political Compass Memes has a Nazi problem. Another Card video. Dog Whistles 101, Tiny Hats, another Card video. Wow, this guy must be a super fan of Card. Look at all these posts. He's spamming, it would seem. He's spamming over and over. Wait, what's this? This is me. Oh, would you look at that?
Oh.
It's Card. That's Mr. John David Card himself. Wow. Who could have guessed it? Who could have guessed it, right? Laid out right there for us. This is not that...
He looks very different outside of his garage, I will say. Just needs a little less fuzzy hair.
This is not that complicated, right? Like, what are you thinking, man? You didn't just leave a breadcrumb trail. You left the whole loaves out for me. Come on. Like, this is like covert 101, man. What are you doing? That's not where it ends, though. He also has an alt Twitter. How do I know it's him? Vaush V, check this out. Bow of the Fifth Columns, Problematic Past, another Card video. Would you look at that? Boy, this guy's got identities all over the place. Bone China Chloe. We seem to be running into a pattern here with these, interesting names. This naming scheme, right? Remember that. Anyway, let's move on. So, as it turns out, John David Card is a published author. Can you believe that? He's a journalist as well as a published author. So this is his profile in independent Australia. John Card. John David Card is a writer, historian, and anarchist activist. In addition to working as a researcher focusing on 19th century folk traditions and religion, Card spends a lot of time writing progressive, polemic, kitschy poems and the occasional self-aggrandizing tall tale. Go away. When not busy with maybe I'll support you if you get rid of this asshole. When not busy with academic or literary pursuits, they're a proudly militant anti-fascist and incessant advocate for building non-hierarchical communities, tenants unions, and self-sustaining means of mutual aid. You can follow.
Okay, I will say this, as much as I would like to abolish hierarchies, we literally can't with the world we live in. We got to do what we can to minimize the hierarchies. And that is enough of that tangent.
Follow Card on YouTube here, personal website here, and Instagram here. Now, we're interested in the personal website, so let's go there, shall we? Personal website. We got the projects archive, manifesto, people mover, so you can see all his links here, right? Now, the one that I want to bring to light is this one called People Mover. Now, what is this, you might ask? People Mover, a novella. Let's take a little look. People Mover. This is a book that he wrote. Began around mid-2019. Now, you can see that he's got fantastic grammar back here. People Mover began, around mid-2019, as a series of short, unconnected vignettes, set among the
God, I could totally become a published author. I should.
truck stops and way stations of the US-Canadian border. I don't know why he said it here. Genuinely, I still don't know why he said it here. Because the guy's from Australia. I don't know what possessed him to do that, but it's a side note. I don't
Obviously, Canada is just so super important, then you gotta talk about it.
know. It was initially just a personal exercise in writing prose. I had been writing journalistic... I had been writing journalistic non-fiction regularly for around 2 years by that point.
That's British, not Australian. Come on, man. It's been funny.
But for all the interesting ideas for stories I was holding onto, I had never found creative writing to come to me anywhere near as easily. Writing out these little scenes and other little practice pieces did start to leave me feeling a bit more confident about what I was doing. Oh, confident is spelled with an A. Wait. Wait. Look at this. He's so confident in his writing, isn't he? Jesus, man. Jesus Christ. Spell check. Come on. It's a cheat code. You literally have a cheat code and you still can't do this shit. What's wrong with you? Let's move on. Let's get right into the novella, shall we? Because I'm a big John David Card fan, okay? Don't become the cringe. Fuck you. I'll be cringe all I want. I've earned this shit. You know how much...
Yeah, like, people hate on cringe. This is unrelated to the video, but be the cringe you want to be. Being cringe is fun. It's not a horrible thing, despite what the internet may dogpile you for. I mean, somebody got dogpiled for being too straight in like a cringe way. He makes a video called I Like Girls and then more than once gets dogpiled on Twitter over it. And the biggest criticism was it was cringe. That said, be your cringe, but use the spell checker tools that are available to you.
Much shit that I've had to pour through for this. Let's move on. Okay, because I want to get into some anecdotes from the book. I want to give you guys a little taste of what John David Card...
Yeah, Joe Cat. I really miss that guy. He was great. I'm pretty sure at this point he's finished his charity streams and he's on his indefinite hiatus.
Has to offer. So first things first, I want to point out some grammatical issues, okay? Grammatical issues. First anecdote. Upon barely getting 1 foot back on the truck's accelerator, he did a retake.
Okay, I was going to take a second and guess where the grammatical error was, but I think we all can see it.
He did a retake. Interesting. Now, I thought that I was the slack jaw here. I thought that I was the stupid one here, to be honest with you guys. I thought I was the dumb one. But no, it would seem that he needs a little bit of help with his grammar. Right? Confidant is a word too. Oh, okay, that's fair.
Confidant is a word too, like an actual word, but it means a person you confide in. And being confident in something is to be proud of it, to... Fuck, how do I explain that one? Yeah, I'm gonna stick with being proud of it. That's easy enough.
Fair, that's fair. But like spell check still checks. Like usually, like it's got a blue underline, right?
Yeah, like if it's if the word is spelled wrong, it'll have red squiggles. Usually if there's wrong grammar, it'll have blue squiggles. Sometimes it just has a one color of squiggle, but then you click on the word and it'll, correct you. He didn't have done grammar. I know, he should learned in school.
I guess not always. Whatever, we'll forgive him for that one. He's got other grammar mistakes, trust me. He cleanly backed up, swiveled the alignment of the cab around, and pulled back out onto the highway as fast as he could. A maneuvered executed flawlessly given decades of driving experience. So a little one there. Little one right there. She could have almost been there by now.
Yeah, that was a bit of a run-on sentence there.
Now, admittedly, had it not been for the conniving driver who she had left the truck stop restroom just in time to see driving off. No, actually...
Oh, it could have been phrased better. Bit of a run-on sentence, but this is also not really actual crimes. It's grammar crimes, which I do really despise.
Actually, that's fine. I don't know why I pulled that one up. Good job, Card. Almost as though he himself is playing along to the same script in Helen's head. Mustache and sunglasses, blah, blah, blah. You guys get the idea.
Okay, that was the sentence, I guess.
I think this is the last grammar error. So how did a girl of your age get here unsupervised anyway? My parents left me here, I think about an hour ago.
Fuck, Alec, that was so good. Nice reading of that.
Punishment. They do that some days, whenever I become a burden to them. I think it's about time we talk about the subject matter of the book. The book is about a 12-year-old in Montana, a 12-year-old girl who decides that she's going to run away from home. And in order to do so, she takes a gun with her. It's an abusive household. It's a fine premise for a story. I don't knock the premise, but just bear with me. The premise is,
I will say, like, just that premise, there could be a very compelling story in there. It depends where it goes. So, where does it go?
Is it the 12-year-old who runs away from home with a gun in hand and uses it to hitchhike to Canada, right? Definitely a 12-year-old's dialogue. Yes, it's a 12-year-old. So, not, like, people write adventure stories like this all the time with kids, and it can even be a gritty adventure story. I'm not knocking the guy for that. However, it's important to keep in mind that this guy is supposedly a leftist activist. And that being the case, it is important that you have a good appearance online. And frankly, I don't think that this book portrays that very well. So let's take a look, shall we? Now, as I said, I read the first 50 pages of this. I gotta tell you guys, there's a lot of really weird shit. Let's go over it. From her point of view, the girl, Helen, had already found the companion for the next stage of her journey. Another trucker, tattooed hands, thick blonde handlebar mustache, a slightly too tight and definitely well-worn Marlboro t-shirt, and most egregiously, plastic truck stop sports sunglasses. It all came together in a perfect pastiche of middle American masculinity. It all ticked. It all fit. So these are just some descriptions I'm giving you first, just to set the stage. He stopped short of finishing his sentence. He felt his right cheek contort to the touch of a tube-like object pressed hard against the skin of his face. For a second, his mind failed to comprehend the moment. But that was it. It all fell into place immediately. Point-blank range with disaster, heart pounding for an unprecedented sense of danger was taking over him. It was a gun's cold barrel that was presently pushed into his face by a 12-year-old girl.
Where the fuck is this guy going with this? Oh my god.
Let's keep going. He waited for her to continue. Once he realized she wasn't going to talk, he tried to interest her in some food. Period, by the way, another grammar issue. You eating anything? Would you like a cookie? What kind? I don't know. It's got the cream stuff inside. Okay. He knew the risk was high. The police probably wouldn't believe him, given his own dubious history with both the law and CPS.
This, yeah, Tasha, this is really wow, this is already wild. And we're like barely getting into any descriptions of this book.
Make it stop? I think not. Let's keep going. You're my only way to get back home, and I'm really starting to get scared nobody's gonna help me. That's because nobody wants to get in any trouble, the trucker let out. The sudden and unusual nature of the situation he now found himself in had reduced him to verbalizing thoughts almost as soon as they appeared in his head, a common side effect of trying to communicate while under pressure from, you know, a 12-year-old girl. Who's very mature, by the way. We're gonna get into that. So these are all like insinuations, basically.
Oh my god. I don't really like it when people say, oh, that 12-year-old is really mature for her age. It's not a very good look.
About the CPS. Where's this going? Just wait, just wait. Helen had always tried to be prudent when it came to accepting food from strangers. She'd heard all the PSAs, but wasn't above taking a free snack, especially whenever she didn't know for sure when or what her next meal might be either.
Plus, she has a gun.
10 minutes or so she'd been in his truck's cabin, she studied the man to a considerable extent, and it was hard to find any real fault with him as yet. She had to be careful. An honest facade engulfed in every person in the world like herself. Everyone has something hidden. Some dark place they wish they could never visit. Besides, her driver was already one-handedly taking the cookies out of their store-bought pre-wrapped sleeve tray. Safe and very welcome, she concluded. Okay, but don't worry, it's not just the truckers. Now, if you were worried, don't worry. There is a love interest that is of her age, and it is very normal. Let's go over it. Ralph.
I would hope the only love interests with a 12-year-old would be like another 12-year-old, and I would hope they don't get into physical details of it. Already, I'm just not liking this. I don't even know this book. I don't think I'm ever going to read it. It sounds so yikes.
Who was also 12. No, not yet. Ralph had helped Helen with this. Ralph was a boy about her own age she knew from school with a weak heart and a heavy crush. She knew he could be played, exploited to her own benefit. He was blinded by harmless affection and she was very much aware of it. Ralph managed to take her to right up to the inn from the main road turnoff she had found herself at on his two-seater bike. Christ almighty, what is that sentence? He had one
From the main road turnoff she had found herself at on his two-speed bike. Oh my god, this is painful. This is painful because in college I had to take a class dedicated to grammar because I wanted to be a video game designer, and you kind of need to be able to convey your thoughts through a game design document to the other people that will be working on the game you design. So you kind of got to be able to accurately convey yourself. But going through this is painful. I'm so glad I'm not having to do the reading. Alec, thank you for taking the bullet for us reading this.
Wondered at the time why she had such an obviously overstuffed backpack on her, but with fear that Helen would put a sudden end to their ride together, he refrained from ever questioning her about it. He was happy to be around her, especially on such a pleasant afternoon and with no other pesky boys around to spoil the mood. You know.
That's not bad. That's not bad. It can get worse. It probably will, given the direction of the video so far.
The 12-year-olds. He felt like a man of strength, protecting his dear woman. He dropped her off and headed back home as Helen had then brusquely told him to do. She felt bad for using him as transportation, but promised him she would meet again and they could have a good talk. His own.
Getting closer to the yikes. I mean, getting deeper into the yikes. Like, holy shit.
Own story was the dog whistle. It was the dog whistle all along. All right, so that puts a pin in Ralph, right? So just Ralph set aside for now. Let's move on to the next part. Now, don't worry, this is their last little bit. Okay, we got a few more. I think 6 more to go over, and then we're done. All right, so this is 4 out of like the 7 or 8 times that the maturity thing comes up. I just hate to mess up your truck is all. The smell isn't something you'd want to have to get used to. Believe me. That's the 12-year-old talking. A surprisingly blunt remark for a girl her age, the driver thought.
Oh my god. Why do you gotta keep going back to, hey, this 12-year-old's really mature? Oh my god.
She's referring to peeing herself, by the way. She was threatening to pee herself. That's like in the first 10 pages. Starting to pee
Oh, that's even worse.
Herself. I'm sorry for not living up to your expectations. I may be mature for my age, but my body still works like any other 12-year-olds.
This is just all so yikes. And it's getting worse. I figured it would get pretty bad, but oh my god. What the fuck am I watching? I don't even know anymore. We're exposing an author for writing about 12-year-olds.
He noticed a line of trucks making their way into the parking area. A clean exit was still on the table if she took her time. Girls always did, or maybe...
Is there a narrative reason for that girl to be 12 years old? I don't particularly think so. I don't think this is like a based on a true story kind of thing. I think he just wanted to write a story about a 12-year-old that ran away from ran away from an abusive home with a gun, and for some reason just keeps going into how she's so mature. And it's not any definitive proof, but holy shit, is it such a bad look. What have you, Briley, what untold horrors have you unleashed onto man? I'm sorry for unleashing Alec Gunter's exposed video. Again, thank you, Alec, for putting this shit together. It's pretty good to call out the yikesy stuff. So far, we're halfway into the video. I don't know if I personally would have called it crimes. I would have called it something else, but hey, maybe there are more crimes. Part of me does kind of want to, like, hey, I don't want to take Alec, his content and just react to the full thing, because I like the dude and I do want to incentivize people that haven't watched him before. The first time they're seeing him is, well, this video. Go check him out. Not sure if this or Vaush's stuff is worse. I would say this writing is worse. Because, fun fact, I've watched Vosch for like 4 years. I know what's up with him.
Women always did? He couldn't deny the fact that the little girl was dangerous, a barely 5 feet tall loose cannon that he knew he couldn't afford to entertain any longer. I'm about to turn stream off. Just wait, we're almost done. We're almost through it. A 12-year-old with a deadly weapon.
We're almost through it, halfway through the video. Back, what did I miss? We're learning about all the reasons why this 12-year-old is really mature from this writer who claims to be lefty. And frankly, I think he's just a grifter. At least that's the impression I've been given so far. It's been very, very, very yikes.
Sure, attitude could be harmful to society, but right now he couldn't care less about society. Frankly, he just wanted to survive. Alright, we got 2 more. The driver's face contorted unmistakably into what could only be described as a contemplative grimace for a fraction of a second. He could see how this easily seemed to the ear of an outsider. Suddenly, he was faced with a decision that could dictate his future. One verbal mistake with the police and it could be years behind bars. He felt a slight rage form inside of him. A rage that could perhaps make irrational decisions for him. He thought about stopping his truck and forcefully throwing the girl out. He chided himself inwardly. Look, this isn't a game I want to play. I have enough, dealt enough with your rubbish. Alright, last one. Prepare yourselves for this one. Prepare yourselves for this one. I saved the best for last. She realized he wouldn't stop the conversation until he got satisfactory answers. The type of infuriating characters that she had to deal with on this journey, they all needed satisfaction. Perhaps it was just a universal thing, part of the human condition. You know, just average 12-year-old shit. It's what do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is.
Literally, all I can picture is flames around him. He's taking a sip. This is fine. Holy fuck! Like, it's not confirmation of any horrible accusations, but holy shit, does it paint a picture when you keep describing 12-year-olds as mature. Literally could have wrote the story about them being 18 and running away from an abusive home, or even slightly older, because, well, nowadays a lot more people are forced to live with their parents longer. Shit's expensive, yo.
It's fine and good and normal. Everything's fine and good and normal, okay? Now, here's the thing. All seriousness, here's the thing. Is this sussy? 1000%. 1000% it's sussy. Yes. Okay. Is it illegal? No. Is it pornography? No. Yeah, that's a W for him, I guess, if you want to put it that way. It's completely legal and normal and fine, right? Except for the fact, once again, that he's a progressive activist. Okay. What do you think these people talking about groomers and shit are gonna see when they see his book that he's peddling everywhere, talking about a 12-year-old threatening to piss herself in the truck of some burly man? Like, it's ridiculous.
A very mature 12. Yeah, literally what I'm thinking. You want to fight against the narrative that all progressives are groomers, and yet you put out a book like that? Holy shit.
Ridiculous. It's insane. Why would you market yourself like this? Like, this is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Not at all. Okay? Not at all. So just on, if that's where we ended, if that's where this ended, I feel I would be justified in making this video on those points alone. Okay?
Unironically agree, but did he do crimes? Not like, did he do real crimes, not cool kinds of crimes like gay crimes?
But of course that's not where that ended, right?
Of course not.
Never where it ended. Let's move on, shall we? Mr. Card.
To be fair, do the rabbit holes ever end?
Card is part of a couple of Discords. He's part of a couple of Discords. This is a Discord message in which he asked for $15, right? Now, there's nothing incriminating about this. Sometimes you need money. This is just an appetizer, promise.
Yeah, that's not illegal. It's just extremely poor taste. Especially if it's people you don't actually know. It's one thing to ask a friend, hey, can I borrow $15 till I get paid next? Because I'd like to have something to eat over the next couple days. Is a lot different than just hitting up random DMs, dropping your PayPal and being like, can I get $15? Going to the next person, can I get $15? And just continuing going on. Here's the thing. If as creators, if we want people to just give us money without being prompted, we have to provide entertaining content. People just like to give money when they can spare it to the things they like. That's just kind of how it works. Well, that book excerpt was an unpleasant roller coaster of bad grammar and sus. Yes, absolutely. That was a very bad grammar and sus roller coaster. But not illegal, not pornographic, so it was just sus.
Okay? He asked for like $15, thanks, whatever. And then somebody said no, which is very funny because I don't think he deserves any money. All right. If you do a nice picture of me, I'll tell you all about the time I might have inadvertently cyberbullied a gay guy at my university to death.
So screenshots can be faked. But I kind of get the feeling that maybe there's more to this. How do you inadvertently cyberbully somebody for being gay to the point where they kill themselves? Like, this is why you don't tease people that you don't know the comfort levels of how they take being teased. If you're teasing them over something sensitive and just relentlessly going after it, you can do some pretty bad shit. But if you're, let's use a VTuber example. Chibi Doki likes, well, her community will very often make fun of her big head because it's a very funny topic. But then there have been times, I can't remember any off the top of my head specifically, but I do have a friend that's like a big fan of Chibi. Like, they had mentioned this, but there have been times where her chat or whatever starts making jokes that she's not very comfortable with. And then she's like, hey, I'm not comfortable with those, stop. And then they stop. Because, you know, they actually kind of care about Chibi, despite how often they do tease her. But seriously, how do you inadvertently cyberbully somebody into suicide? That's just fucked up.
Well, G-Card, where did that come from, my friend? What? Excuse me, I thought we were all progressive activists here. I didn't think we were doing that. Well then. Just a funny little anecdote. Hey, he's a writer, you know. It's a funny little anecdote. He's a funny little guy. He's just a little guy. He's so silly. It's so silly. Remember this, we'll come back to it later. Anyway, let's move on.
Oh, good Lord. He's foreshadowing. Oh my God. It is true, isn't it?
Okay, so the first one from this. All right.
Okay, for clarity, I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't watched this video at all. I'm getting the vibe it's true. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, so we're censored now. So you may be wondering what you're looking at here. So Mr. Card decided to ask people in this Discord server if he could reverse image search them. Okay, now this is a trans female to male Discord server, and he's asking people, hey, can I reverse image search? Can I reverse search for images of you or something like that? He was searching for images of these people for some reason, okay? He wasn't sure.
Which is, let's be real, is pretty creepy to ask. It gets worse. Oh, you have seen this, Joe? Okay. Like, I don't want to take all his content video, but like, I kind of need to know how deep this rabbit hole goes. What the fuck is going on? Person being exposed for a grifter.
Let's see. This one says, wasn't sure because most of them appear to be from a Polish town's website, and I figured you're from somewhere in Central Europe. So basically,
that is so fucking yikesy. He's trying to figure out people's locations based off their picture. That's not something people that advocate leftist ideals should be doing. Like, it's my understanding that progressive and leftist people should really be, you know, against doxing. Oh my God.
He was trying to pinpoint the locations of some of these people, okay? Now, I can't show this on stream, but he also happens to have a very large folder of images of these people. Okay, it's not great. It's not great. He's just like collecting people. Like he has a folder named blanks docs. Like it's really bad. Okay. And actually, now that I think about it, I got to censor that too. So hold on one second. If you're worried about being doxxed, best not be online. I disagree. You should not have to worry about being doxxed. That's a silly thing to say. Okay.
I agree with that. People shouldn't have to live in the fear of I could be doxxed, but that is the world we do live in. Yeah, this is getting pretty bad. If you need to step out of the video, go right ahead. I do not hold it against anybody if I'm covering a topic that gets a little too heavy for them. I honestly didn't know how heavy this video was going to be, so I think the stinger for this video is going to be this. Hey, so trigger warning regarding this video. It gets into some pretty heavy topics, and apparently I haven't gotten into the worst yet.
So basically, he was trying to gather information on these people for who knows what purpose, right? Who knows what purpose? Perhaps the next tab will tell us, huh? Let's take a look. Is Kiwi Farms gone permanently? Anyone know? You used to be able to get to it just by Googling.
A Kiwi farmer too. Oh, goody. Yeah, that's a very, very trustful website that doesn't, you know, that hasn't caused multiple people to kill themselves from their harassment. Totally a credible site.
I'm the guy who's collecting everyone's doxes, by the way. I'm the guy who's collecting info on all these things. I was just wondering if Kiwi Farms is still up. Is Kiwi Farms still? Does anybody know if Kiwi Farms is still there? I was just wondering. You know, the doxing website, Kiwi Farms, formerly known as CWCK Key Forums, Quickie, is a web forum that facilitates the discussion and harassment of online figures and communities. Their targets are often subject to organized group trolling and stalking, as well as doxing and real-life harassment.
You know, for a guy that has blanks docs folders, it doesn't surprise me at this point that he's a Kiwi farmer, but it is so goddamn disappointing that he pretends to be a leftist.
These actions have tied Kiwi Farms to the suicides of 3 people targeted by members of the forum. And it goes on. We caught him sitting at the Nazi table, okay? We caught him sitting at the Nazi table. So,
for those that don't know, 4chan has a ton of Nazis that access it, and Kiwi Farms is like the bastard child of 4chan. A lot of the worst elements of 4chan have tended to gravitate towards Kiwi Farms. So, yeah. And you can't argue with me that 4chan is not a Nazi website. They swastika post so fucking much.
So somebody says, IDK, you're the lolcow, you tell me. To which he replies, I'm literally just a normal person who's done a few fun posts. Oh, I see, he's just a funny little guy. He's just a normal little guy. Just a
wow.
Normal little guy, okay? Not a super progressive place. I literally got linked to a Kiwi Farms thing as a result of like all of this stuff going on. So I logged in, not logged in. I don't have an account or nothing, but I opened the page for the first time today. And let me tell you guys something. Not a place I want to be. No thanks. No, I don't even frankly want it on my history that I was ever there. No thanks. I will say this. Trans people go on there often so that they can check whether or not they've been doxxed. Okay, so if you know people who like know about it, don't get, and they're like trans or non-binary or whatever, they might be doing shitty stuff on there. Don't get me wrong, they could, but they're also victims and they have a right to know what's being posted about them on there. Okay.
I do agree with Alec on this point. Like, there are people who have legitimate reasons to check on Kiwi Farms. Less legitimate reasons for people to post on Kiwi Farms. I don't particularly have a problem with people, you know, watching it to see, hey, oh, there's this person I know has been doxxed. I'm going to keep an eye to make sure, or to see if any other personal info gets leaked so I can warn them, they can change it, that kind of thing. It's a little different than, you know, posting and being an active member of said website.
Bro, this is sad. Just stop. Dude, are you card? Are you literally card? If you want to come on, you can. Offer's still open, man. You want to hop on? Let's have a talk. Let's have a chat. I'll stop right now. I'll stop. No? Okay, f you then. All right, let's keep going. So, I'm literally he's just a normal little guy. He's just a normal little guy. All right, here we go. Here we go, folks. We've gotten to it. Here's the grand finale. Not the grand finale. It's not over after this. Just, this is about, you know, this is where we start hitting real high speeds here.
Oh, goody. We're getting into some self-harm, it looks like. So, once again, trigger warning.
This is the first official Kiwi Farms post we have.
Oh, self-harm and forceful intercourse. So, yeah, warning. Wow. Oh my god. I didn't expect this rabbit hole to be this bad. Holy fuck.
From Mr. Charles Nguyen, okay? Mr. Charles Nguyen. Now, why is this important? Who's Charles Nguyen? If that's how you pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce that last name, sorry.
I think it's pronounced Nguyen.
Sorry, is it Nguyen or something? So, he posts this on Kiwi Farms. Now, how do I know that this is him? Let's go over how I know that this person is him. Okay, let's look at this one first, actually. I ordered them wrong. I found a YouTube slap fight going on between two different flavors of low-tier breadtube autist. And then it gives us this picture and a direct link. Interesting. Let's type in the direct link, shall we? It's not available anymore. Well, hold the f***. Why is it not available anymore? That's interesting. Boy, when I checked earlier today, then I could have sworn this brought me to the video.
Wayback Machine? I'm pretty sure he's going to tell us what this video is he's going to show us, but holy oh my god. I don't want to keep covering this, but I don't want to leave unfinished coverage. Holy shit.
Let me make sure I type. Oh, wait. No, I didn't type it right. My bad. Wait, is it not available anymore? Yeah, it redirects to 7 and it's not available anymore. That's okay. We can do this. Hold on. I'm gonna shit myself if he okay, never mind. Here we go. Perfect. Let's see if the URLs match, shall we? Let's see if they match here. youtube.com/watch?v=hty-03fqu78. Perfect! Hey, look at that. There he is. Hey, look at that. There you are, buddy. Here. The birthday boy himself. There he is. Everyone say hello to Mr. Card. Now, why is this important, you might ask? Well, if you recall, he had some interesting alt accounts, didn't he? Some very interesting alt accounts. Let's revisit them, shall we? From Bone China Chloe. Remember that? And David Chang Yue. Now we can add Charles Nguyen to the roster. Oh, a new character has entered. The whole gang's here. Everybody's here.
What is this? A crossover episode? Haha, BoJack Horseman reference. Very topical. Thank you.
And isn't that great, everybody? Everybody's here. It's awesome. Archive them all now. Tell me the friend guy's actually a piece of shit. Oh, you haven't been here, have you? Rewind the VOD if you want to know. Okay, so here he is. So I have pretty solid confirmation that this is in fact him. And if you want proof, if you want further evidence, let's read this in his voice. Secretive female-to-male Discord and Twitter cabal that is behind most of Reddit and 4chan's P-word threads. Now, if you don't know what that word means, it's basically, I don't know if it's a slur or not. I've been told conflicting things. I'm not going to say the word, but it is it basically means female to male. P-word threads.
Okay, I think I get where he's coming from. It does seem like poon is a slang term for vagina, and a lot of female to male have vaginas longer than they would like, as like a typical trend. And I guess it's a combination of poon and gooner to make a new kind of, well, slur. I would go as far as to call that a slur, to be honest. Do I think it has a whole lot of power in the word? No, not really. But I can understand why people would get mad about it.
Probably produces most art currently out there. A lot of it about themselves being, right? If you did browse 4chan,
being forceful intercourse. Yeah, we'll go with that one.
LGBT female to male general thread, for which he's on a lot, by the way. I forgot to mention that. He very frequently is on LGBT, okay? Very important to note. He didn't do, actually, he did do some weird shit on there, but it was under an anonymous name, and therefore I can't prove it. We're going to go over that later. General thread for any amount of time at all. You'll see one group in particular get referenced quite a bit by people in the know. The P-word bin. This is a closed group of power user female to males who coordinate to post threads there and produce immense amounts of art, a lot of which...
Power user? I don't know what that term is. I know what a name F-slur is. I know what those are. Those are the people that, you know, give themselves names on the anonymous board of 4chan. So it's like pseudo-anonymity. Nobody doesn't know your actual identity, but they do recognize... let's go with the a random name, the Legend 27 or whatever. Power user is a business slang term. I've never really heard of it.
Appears to be about its members being assaulted and abused. Presumably, creating this sort of stuff is like a digital self-harm, as other users in this thread have already described it.
Okay, we're going to be getting into this. Is like it. So there is a subculture of people who do enjoy CNC, which stands for consensual non-consent scenes, which would be like the doing of that stuff, but it's like within the purview of, I've had this discussion with this person. We both sort of have this power dynamic kink, one dominant, one submissive. And we both agreed to play out this scenario. Then at the end, they go back to being regular with each other. It depends on the aftercare for each individual person. It is most definitely seen as problematic by other people. Understandably so. It's a very heavy subject. But there is a... How do I phrase this? I guess there can be a healthy way to engage with the unhealthy thing. Now, I will say I Googled it in relation to 4chan and got this definition. No lives that browse 4chan for most of their day, every day, mostly alt-right, homophobic, racist, and sexist, generally unpleasant people. Okay, so a power user for 4chan is just like a very frequent, regular user. Okay. I do think I'll be wrapping up my react to his video with this last post. I guess I don't want to go through the entire goddamn thing because he put in a lot of effort to make this. I've already gone through like 2/3 of it. I don't want to go through the full thing because I want people to check out Alec. But holy shit, this is real bad.
Most of these P-Wood bin uses is the most visible of these P-Wood bin users is Blank, who this thread has already covered. So you can see by the way that he's typing, okay? Sounds like David Attenborough immediately accidentally says it. Did I say it? I didn't say the word. If I said the word, I apologize. So anyway, I'm not gonna say it from here on out. But you can tell it's his voice, right? Like it's his cadence.
Yeah, it does appear to read how that person was speaking in the videos before. It's not necessarily definitive, but it is very convincing.
This is his scripts. This is exactly how he writes, on top of all the other evidence we've gathered. So I think that I can say beyond a reasonable doubt that this is in fact him. This is our boy, Card. This is Card posting. He is on Kiwi Farms. We have caught him sitting at the Nazi table. You understand? Okay? So we didn't catch him in uniform, but we caught him sitting at the Nazi table. Let's keep going. It's obviously his identical quintuplet. So let's keep going. So he has some interesting folders that he's posted on LGBT and all that. Now I can't show you guys the folders, but I do in fact have the folders in my DMs, okay? And I can verify that they're there. This is all I can show you for now. These are folders that he himself has posted on using his trip code, I believe. I could be wrong about that. On 4chan, okay? LGBT, thousands of years ago, I would something, have been dealing with suicidal thoughts. Blank Docs, that's a name, by the way. Blank's Docs, okay? So he just has like a folder with somebody's docs in it, okay? I mean, this is all adding up to me. I think that I've fairly verified.
Yeah, like for fuck's sakes. I'm willing to bet there is certainly more that Alec is going to be going into. I am 100% going to be finishing that video, and I encourage you guys to check it out as well. But like, I can't confirm or deny his use of crimes in the video, at least not until after I've finished watching the last bit. But so far, he's been really, really informative with what he's been covering, you know? They're lining up. It's all really lining up and just, excuse me, really showing how this card posting is quite the grifter. Like, wow, fuck. Don't you just love it when people pretend to be progressive and then they're, you know, collecting people's doxes, they're writing about 12-year-olds being mature. Stuff that people who actually believe in leftist progressive causes don't typically believe. Man, I just want people to be happy and healthy, maximize the autonomy they have over themselves and what they can do, maximize their potential for bettering their lives. That's what I want. And, well, talking about how mature a 12-year-old is does not better anybody's life. I'm not even going to engage with any sort of argument where you could do that. I don't like that. But yeah, great video from Alec. Check him out. Okay, I gotta go run to the bathroom again. Yay! Be right back. Okay, I am back. I think we're ready to get into the final group of topics I'm going to be getting into. Going to start out with Sora, because that's the shorter segment. Then I'm going to get into the sad AI artist, because that's just funny to me. Then I'm going to get into the AI art VTuber, which is just disappointing to me. Then I'll get into the Doki bird / Selen stuff. And then I'll get into Vaush. Giggity. Don't know if you guys have heard, but there's been recent developments regarding generative AI. There has been something called Sora being unveiled, so to speak, as from the Chat GPT creator, OpenAI. Anyways, Watch Guru had, well, this is where I saw this come from first. I'm not going to be going through their article. Just know that, well, AI generation is out there. AI art VTuber, like that one group Pippa made? No, I don't think so. That's not who I'm going to be talking about. Anyways, generative AI video exists. I can't wait to be on a trial for a video from a video that of me committing a crime I didn't commit. That's going to be fantastic that we're moving into such a world. And sadly, we can't really stop AI art. We can just what's the term? Regulate it. I think we should really come down hard on people that produce slanderous material with it, that produce revenge porn with it. AI generation is evolving way too fast. Honestly, I agree. It gets into very problematic areas if left untested. Or if left what's the term? Unconstrained, I guess. Largely, I think the discussion regarding generative AI should be about how we can most ethically use it and how can we, kind of legislate or socially reinforce that. And I don't know how true this is. I will more than likely find out with this video going live when it does come out. But somebody was posting that YouTube, I don't know what this response is, but YouTube is flagging Sora videos for copyright. Personally, I think that's a good thing. Now, it's not a copyright strike. It looks like it's just a content ID claim, where if you generate AI video and then put it on YouTube, you're not going to be able to monetize that video. So that will most definitely help in the pushback, I guess, against generative AI. Personally, I don't think that AI video should have a place. What even is this? People aren't taking the "and everyone will be filmmakers" seriously enough. I made this 20-second trailer in 15 minutes with OpenAI source clip, David Attenborough's voice, and 11 Labs. Did he give his consent to having AI made of his voice? Because that's kind of a big thing to me. it should literally be illegal to take somebody's voice and then make a trailer. You know what? Let's engage with their argument.
Secret thrives, concealed from the eyes of muggles. The goddess Sora has bestowed upon this town a portal to a hidden Atlantis. In the heart of a...
Okay, that's dumb. But yeah, with Sora, you just put in different prompts, and I guess the more descriptive it is, the longer it'll end up going. I just don't think that it's something you should be able to monetize for. If you're using generative AI to make an end product of something, I don't think you should be allowed to monetize that personally. Unless you actually have ethically sourced the training materials for your AI. If you've gotten the permission from artists on what you've trained it on, and then used that to generate a handful of references in order to give those to artists, instead of 500 pictures of one thing, you send them 3. And then have a 2-hour conversation about what you want the image to turn out to be. Because in my mind, in that instance, that would just be using it as a tool. But as we're going to get into later, there are people that consider AI art the next stage of human art. And I just find that wild, because generative AI takes out the human aspect of the art. It looks as though it'd be good for generating B-roll, but for an evocative scene in a movie, it's still going to need talented artists. I can sort of see that, yeah. There are plenty of people that do need B-roll footage to just play while they're talking about something. There are sources, databases that people can subscribe to access that stock footage, so to speak. But a lot of people, they don't want to pay their artists, so they go and generate some AI imagery. That's the biggest issue to me, is the people that do use it as an end state of the medium. It's they're just trying to avoid paying an artist for what artists produce. I don't really think you should be taking the human aspect out of emotional art, out of emotional expressions. I just don't think you really get that from an AI generated image. And even if they are produced, or even if the final product looked the exact same between a generated image and something that was drawn by somebody, you can't really ask the AI or even the generator, the prompt writer, whatever, you can't really ask them about what artistic expressions or techniques were used with it most of the time. But an artist, you can always get, oh, I was inspired by this. I like I like this person's brushstroke. I like this person's use of lighting. All that stuff. You can find that out by just asking an artist that cares about their craft. With a generated image, you can more or less just find the prompts that they use, and then you can also look into the data set that they used and then guess at which ones were used. Usually it's kind of an amalgamation of everything. AI isn't really intelligent. It can't actually think. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We haven't really hit a singularity where what we know of as AI can think for itself, so to speak. If we did reach that point where there does become an artificial life form that is sentient, sapient, all that fun stuff, I would consider whatever they create to be art as well, because you could literally communicate with that being and ask them where their inspirations came from. You can't do that with like stable diffusion. You literally can only look at the data sets of what it's been trained on and then what prompts were used. That's kind of the depth of AI art in the end. AI imagery. I don't like calling it art, because I think for it to be art, it has to be not only emotionally evocative for the person consuming the art, but it also has to have some kind of at least emotional meaning to the person creating the art. You can really get into like fine detail, or like really lost in the weeds with fine art and what constitutes art, but largely I stand by what I said. When a sentient AI delivers gay space communism, I'll be more impressed. Unironically, same. Oop, sorry. I don't think AI is going to be going anywhere. We just need to properly regulate it. That was a little bit of a shorter segment, but still something I felt worth talking about. Okay, time to move on to the sad AI artist. I mean, I guess I could have included this in the same segment, but I mean, maximize that content, y'all, right? Discussions of AI generated imagery are talked about quite frequently. Recently, there was a thread that got about 12.9 million views if you count, or if you trust Twitter's views. Holy shit. 3.1 thousand comments, 4.3 thousand reposts. View post engagements, how many are... Does it tell me? No, it doesn't tell me how many are actually reposting. Oh, shit. Not as many as I thought. Oh, still quite... Okay, yeah. So, whatever. There's been a fair amount of engagement on it, but it is heavily outweighed by the... It is not liked nearly as much as it is reposted or commented on. Anyways, Oscar here puts out a thread saying, I don't know what you think, but it seems a bit unfair to me. My original post with Saori Keto Athena prompt has 4,000 impressions, while Deborah's post with an image created with my prompt has 30,000. As for not quoting me as the author, I'm not saying anything because she has apologized. Prompt engineers, oh my god. You picked words. Okay. I would like to understand that it was an unintentional mistake. Although I think I'm well enough known around here to use a prompt of mine without knowing it's mine. Dude, I've never heard of you before you got dunked on in this thread. But I also don't run in AI-generated circles. Oh, goody, this Deborah person uses Midjourney, which steals art from dead artists who can't say no. So it's ethical, right? No, it's not. If I wasn't so well known, would there have been a rectification? I am afraid that many small accounts are stolen on a daily basis and nothing happens. Huh. What were one of the main arguments against AI art? That it's stealing artists without crediting them against their wishes? Pretty funny that this dude is crying about somebody else using his prompt when he's more than likely stealing art. Because I don't know of very many ethical AI artists. I know of one person that actually uses AI art, but they've only ever used art from artists that they've gotten the go-ahead to do that with, because they're putting it into their own self-AI thing to use as reference for future pictures kind of thing. Anyways, but for a copy to be more widely distributed than the original is a very bad symptom. Dude, that's what AI art is. There are accounts that get like 50,000 followers because they're using AI art from like Stable Diffusion, which hasn't ethically sourced its data set. So it's literally the exact same thing. Without focusing on anyone, I think that some big accounts hardly create original content and just post other people's content, often without quoting the author, and that's very uncool. So what artists did you use for your stuff? That'd be nice to know. Respect and honesty above all else. All else, let's play fair. I do love that he got community noted, but here's the image that he's using to make his case. Oscar writes, "My big surprise with Saint Seiya and Niji 6 is that it is finally able to recognize Saori Kido Athena. Previously, it was necessary to describe her attire, the color of her hair, and the scepter. Even so, blah, 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 blah." Okay, so Niji 6 is the generative thing? Or generative program? 4 million impressions with only 123 likes? That doesn't seem real. Twitter views are unreal. We got a Shakespeare quote, because AI artists are very original and creatively minded. 30 million impressions with 300 likes, 50 retweets, 50 comments. So yeah, it's pretty obvious that they got more impressions. But the large thing wasn't my interest in the beef between Deborah and Oscar. But it is also important to note the community note that AI art is not copyright protected. The prompt writer has no rights of ownership over the phrases they have typed into the image generator. It looks like Reuters has an article on it, so if you want to read that, that's available. There is no legal requirement to cite the original prompt writer or anyone, and anyone is free to use AI images for personal profit. I think it shows terrible character if you're willing to use AI generated images for profit, especially if you get it in an unethical way. Now, he continues a little. "All you illustrators and drawers who come here to insult me have no arguments, only insults. I feel sorry for you, but AI is here to stay. Personally, I do think I have made some arguments against him. I haven't just made fun of him. Here's going to be me making fun of him." So he posts this. "I just watched an episode of One Piece and wanted to represent what's going on here with an AI generated image for the enjoyment of my fans." Now, what was the response to this? I'm pretty sure the dude who responded ended up deleting the tweet. That's the last I heard regarding that dude's update. But Jose de Reboledo, I nailed it. Don't correct me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. They respond with learn to color properly or learn how to draw to begin with. And you can see a little mistake right there, which isn't entirely uncommon with new artists. Oscar replies, not even in your dreams would you be able to make an illustration like this. How does Jose respond? With his fucking resume of being an animator for One Piece. Oh, this dude. I can't believe. Oh, this is great. Oh my god. They did end up doing a lot of back and forth, arguing with each other. It was just Jose dunking on him, constantly ratioing him, and actually getting to the point where, like he had said, I kind of feel bad for all the attention I've gotten for dunking on this dude. So that's why I'm pretty sure he deleted the tweet. How do you get home so bad? You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Dude just gets ruined by this, essentially. Though I'm pretty sure his engagement has gone up for being... has gone up from, you know, all the impressions his Twitter account gets, because those do actually matter. But largely, it's pretty funny, really funny, that a legitimate artist critiques, kind of rudely critiques, I will give him that, a prompt engineer, and then they talk shit and get hit. Really, really funny to me, especially when this whole thread, all of it started with him complaining that another AI artist was stealing his prompt. And then he goes and steals One Piece media and then gets shit on by one of the literal artists of One Piece. I will say broadly that artists do tend to get pissed off about generative AI. Most of us see it as theft, if you would believe it. And I do say us because I personally consider myself an artiste. I would consider myself a virtual photographer that specializes in hentai. Go me. But yeah, I think aside from just the dunking and mocking, I do feel I've made some actual arguments against it. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. I might read them. I do actually usually read my comments. Okay, that was a funny one. Took Oda years to perfect his art style. Disrespecting Oda's art style is asking to get your ass tossed overboard in the social media world. Oh yeah, especially with the goddamn popularity of One Piece. Fuck this dude for mocking One Piece's art style. Well, he wasn't necessarily mocking its style. He was claiming he could do a better version of One Piece art, and then a One Piece animator corrected him, which was really, really funny. Okay. 3 topics left. Well, it's not necessarily your problem, but it's what we were talking about. Also, like the stream, please. It helps with engagement. But I don't blame you if you don't. How does YouTube deal with underboob? I guess we'll find out. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't watched it. I've been kind of meaning to. If you dab, I'll like the stream. I don't have the animation to do a dab. I don't have that toggle. I wish I did. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I don't doubt that, Raj. I mean, people should be respecting artists. Just seen a new video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. What? I mean, that's the thing with fucking Sora. We can't really trust videos anymore, so to speak. There's always going to be that air of, is this actually real? How do we properly confirm? Usually with AI-generated media, there are regular, there are typically regular mistakes that you can quickly point out, but not always. Before or after his greatest hit at the Oscars? I think it would be after that. Pretty sure it's him shaking his head around and playing it in reverse to make it look like AI. I mean, it could be that case. Okay, let's get into the AI artist VTuber stuff. Can't wait for the first AI generated law. God, I really hope we don't get to that, but it's possible. So there's a VTuber out there that I'm pretty sure has yet to debut. They tend to just stick to Twitter posting, and I've seen their posts pop up once or twice. Didn't look at them for very long, just kind of scrolled off. They're the typical kinds of engagement posts of like enough likes and retweets and we'll lose a layer of clothing kind of trend kind of thing. I didn't really think much of it. And then the call out threads dropped. So let's go into them. Saxy posts, truth be told, I hate this VTuber with disgust. Their post sickens me and it saddens me that they're growing just by doing engagement-based posts with AI art. They own literally nothing other than that hairpin. Also, their quote IRL body isn't even IRL, it's all AI. So apparently they have jumped into jumped on the VTuber versus IRL trend. We will see an image later in like literally a second. It is revealing some cleavage, be aware. But here they are sitting at 41.8 thousand followers in the screenshot. I have no idea what they're at now. I personally don't care that much if people are following them. They might not know. They might not watch this video. They might not see this call out thread. Anyways, Saxy continues, the fact that you have a Ko-Fi set up and people are donating to it makes me so grossed out. I'm pretty sure that's TOS for doing something as egregious as that too. Personally, I don't know where TOS sits with engagement bait posting with AI generated art. I do think it is very, very, very poor taste to set up a Ko-Fi, which, by the way, was to fund her VTuber model. I'm pretty sure she's offered like some messaging services, if you catch my drift. I don't really know 100% about that. Even if they do any type of sex work, I personally don't care. My biggest issue is, well, the AI art. Is it ethically sourced for their data set? That's the big thing for me. Or are they just, stealing art? It could very well be that they trained their own AI. But if they're asking for money for Ko-Fi to pay for their VTuber model, that kind of implies that they don't really have the money to be paying artists for commissions for their AI dataset. And here's the third post in the thread. And yes, both are AI. So many VTubers are out here trying their hardest to pursue their journey the right way. And here's this loser getting so much recognition through AI. Shouldn't bother me so much, but it does. You VTubers deserve so much more than this particular quote-unquote VTuber. Repost if you like me or just want to touch my belly. This is better than typical AI art, and I personally can't tell with this one how it's AI. If people can figure it out and explain it to me, please do. And then there's also a boobs reveal, which apparently also is AI, but I can't personally pick up the defects, eye textures. Oh, wait, I can't just scroll in on Twitter. Open image, new tab. Oh, thank you. Nice and big. I mean, I guess around the sides of the eye, it does look different. It does kind of look like clashing art styles. Also, the consistent hiding of hands, the blue of the eye. Again, I don't really know. I do know that people have been kind of hiding the hands because AI is notoriously bad at it. Not the same color, it's Rand. Really? Oh, fuck. Yeah, the eyes do look like slightly different colors. At least for the light blue portion. It's got different highlights as well. Random. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's, I don't know, yikesy. So this does continue a little bit. So this person, Nephila, had been called out, and then they responded. Good to see how people are shaming me for being poor and not being able to commission art for my posts. It's okay to be poor. It's okay to not be able to afford art. It's not okay to steal artists' art for your data set. Also, here preview of my VTuber avatar that I recently paid an artist for to work with. The money of the amazing, lovely people from the community. So before even producing content, so to speak, I guess, they're crowdfunding their VTuber. The blue is because it's not revealed or finished yet. Gosh, also here's the artist. Xiaojing 1. I will design and rig Pro Live 2D VTuber models. And well, Xiaojing responded, this is not my model. I'm not sure why on earth you're quoting my gigs. What happened? So she's got a Ko-Fi running that she has claimed she's already paid an artist to start on this model. And then links an artist, and well, the artist says, no, what are you talking about? I am pretty sure that the artist had been like, we might actually be getting into that. Artist was like, yeah, you didn't commission me, but if you want to, you can. You got caught in 4K by the artist you mentioned themselves. You are a liar. It just keeps getting worse and worse. Hopefully it doesn't get as worse or it doesn't get to the bad point that I usually end up covering stuff on stream. Hopefully it just stays this level wacky. More comments from the artist. She said she got the blurred out model from. I need you guys, you know who you are, to understand and see the severity behind just letting these AI quote-unquote VTubers roam free like this. It's a bad name for VTubers and artists in general. Which I don't really know if I fully agree with that argument. I do agree that we shouldn't be endorsing people who are just pumping out AI art, and that's like all they really bring to the table. They should at least be streaming and entertaining, because then they'll at least have that. But if they're just bait posting on Twitter with AI art and then begging the crowd for money to fund a VTuber model, it's pretty yikesy. Just my 2 cents. Zhao says, I don't check Twitter very often, so in any case, please don't give anyone to deceive your money. Pretty clear English is not his first language, or not their first language, so we're not going to get all pissy about that. Because a lot of people have stolen my work recently, but I can't stop it. But I always love my job more. So, like, this person is even, the artist is even saying that people have been stealing their work recently, but they still love being an artist. That's the whole thing. It's so easy to hate, quote, all that money, huh? And links their Fiverr again. Hira explaining the situation. She's claiming she hired you to rig her VTuber model, but has been caught using AI art and AI for IRL pictures. The artist Zhao responded, oh, this is really sad, because I definitely didn't make this model. I'm not sure why she said I did. Someone just told me on Fiverr that something seems to have happened on Twitter, but I didn't know what happened just now. So yeah, this artist didn't know about anything this Neffy-chan was saying. Oh, hey, I didn't expect to see you talking about my model maker on your stream. Wait, Zhao is your model maker? Huh, small world. But yeah, this Neffy is saying that their artist was this, I'm really hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly, was this Zhao Jing, and he's like, or they're like, yeah, no, I'm not working on that. Oh, they made your live 2D? Nice. They are very skilled then, because I really like your live 2D. Saxy continues, imagine guilt tripping the artist that you were going to be getting the model and rigged from. I swear the mind of an AI bro has got to be studied. Nephilia, I was planning to commission you soon for an avatar, but people are canceling me and I'm no longer motivated to proceed. Zhao responds, never mind, everything's fine, my friend, but if you can, I might suggest you contact the artist first, because in this way there will be no misunderstanding. But people don't feel sorry for such a thing. You can still move on according to your ideas. Good luck. Like, the artist isn't even decrying them either. They actually seem like a really sweet being out to get, just trying to be an artist. So respect to the artist. I believe they're Chinese, so English isn't their first language, and they ended up finishing my model over a month early. Wow, really? A month early? Nice. But yeah, I assumed, I'm gonna let my white biases show. I assumed they were Chinese from the name Zhao. I don't know if they're Mandarin or Cantonese. I'm not going to make that assumption. And from their writing style, I did figure that English is not their first language. Not that I'm going to decry somebody over. I mean, they speak more languages than me. Speaking of which, go follow and support this artist, Zhao. Yeah. I'm sorry you were in the light of this. Your work and actual effort do not deserve to be showcased as shameful as that. Not to be showcased as shameful as them. I hope people notice your work notice your work more. It's very lovely. And from what I have seen, yeah, Zhao has nice art. So yeah, would you believe it continues? There's another thread that caught my eye regarding this situation. From a Tuma Bummit. So Nephilia is blaming me for causing their model to be canceled. You know, the model that they claimed they were already commissioning and already paid for from the artist that they never even paid or contacted, which called them out. Yeah, this person is totally why your model's canceled, meaning they couldn't get a model anymore by the artist they said had already started their model. However, the artist literally pulled up and said, yeah, that's not my model, I didn't make that. And now Nephilia is saying she was going to commission the artist. So you never commissioned them from the start. Yeah, that's what it's looking like to me. Oh, Joe, you know Tuma? I don't really know a whole lot about them. I've seen them around once or twice. I've seen their name before, but I don't really know too much about them. They seem pog, though. So what's that model work in progress that you posted from? I can probably guess. So how did I cancel a commission that never happened? You could still commission the artist. They even said it themselves. But you were never going to, so that's why you lied. I was going to leave it alone, but you going around saying I canceled something that didn't even happen is crazy. So we got some screenshots. Let's go through those. I don't know about that. It's bad except for the part where Tuma managed to cancel my deal with Zhao Jing, who is an actual artist and was about to be paid 730 euro, I hope I'm right, these days for the full avatar, and also other artists I had in mind for the stream assets. Well done. She helped the artist so much. Okay, so I can tell they're writing this from a place of sarcasm, but unironically, I do think Tuma and Saxy did help artists because they exposed somebody who was claiming to be commissioning an artist, but then, oh no, they didn't. They did not commission them. They were going to, but then changed their mind. I don't know. Okay, and then here's the post from earlier with the blurred out version of their model. And then Zhao saying, that's not my model. Not sure why on earth you're quoting my gigs. What happened? So, yeah, that's overall. It looks like this Nephilia is not a very upstanding VTuber. I will say AI art on its own isn't inherently a terrible thing. It is how ethically is it actually used. And given that this person was willing to lie about an artist currently working on their model, I'm willing to bet they don't care that much about where they source their images from. They don't seem to really care if the artists get paid in the end. Oh my god. Since you can't copyright AI art, there's going to be some interesting public domains works. I can't argue with that. I wouldn't mind so much if it was based off of public domain stuff, but most people don't use public domain stuff. They want to use what's trending, what's popular right now. It does lower the barrier for nefarious people to fabricate the concept for a project and then run off with the funds, but that's not much different from all those failed Kickstarter games. Yeah. Honestly, I was getting that kind of vibe from the, what's it? The, hey, I'm commissioning this artist, but not really. That does really remind me of like the Kickstarter games where like so many of them where we're promising this cool, awesome game, and then they get a ton of funding, and then the game just never comes out and they disappear forever. Okay. I think it's time to talk about the FREEBIRD stuff. Because I got 2 segments left, and they are the stream title segments. And then after that, I will be ending stream. Oh yeah, there's been a lot of people that pitch stuff on Kickstarter and then just don't follow through. I need to grab something. One sec. Okay. So, are we ready to talk about FREEBIRD? Honestly, this is going to be longer than the Vaush stuff. Alrighty, take care, Zio. Thank you for joining in. Open up like 15 tabs now. No, I'm going to be talking about the Vosch stuff last. But the Nijisanji stuff with Doki Bird. Well, now she's known as Doki Bird, but yeah, that's going to be a bit longer of this segment. Anyways, let's get started. One of the big VTuber companies has been really seeing a downwards trend. And what really kicked it off was the termination of one specific VTuber. Now, they've had terminations before. They've had people graduate. And for those who don't know, a graduation is when a talent from the VTuber agency leaves on good terms, so to speak. They get a goodbye stream to say goodbye to the audience that they've built up for so long. And then they move on to other stuff. A termination, however, is they got fired. There's not going to be a goodbye stream. Everything's going down, pretty much. And well, before I do jump into a lot of this stuff, I got a meme that sort of kind of explains it. But before I really get into it, I do want to give some context. So Twitter user Thunderstorm posted this meme where there's Nijisanji saying, "You can't defeat me." Pomu responding, "I know, but she can." Recently graduated VTuber Pomu. And then it's Selene bursting through the Asgardian castle. But there was a time where Selene had just gone quiet. Oh yeah, this discourse is fucking wild. I don't think I'll be getting into every little nitty-gritty detail. I will be getting into what I think is the bigger, more important stuff. Now, basically, Selene, the purple VTuber down here, was missing in action, so to speak. A lot of fans were expecting her to stream, and well, she just didn't. There were no tweets either, really. So people started the hashtag "Where is Selene?" because, well, the audience, the fan base, was kept in the dark regarding what happened. What started, or what kicked off, what kicked off this latest what kicked off the "Where is Selene" stuff was a cover music video that got pushed out on Christmas. But they didn't have, but Selene didn't have, managerial go-ahead to release a song on Christmas. And, well, they privated it within 24 hours of it going up. A lot of people are pretty mad about that, because we will get into some stuff later, but from what I have heard, Selene paid about $15,000 out of her own pocket to animate the music video. A music video of a cover song from from Lily Pichu. For those that don't know, I'm pretty sure she allows her music to be played on streams, no worry of DMCA or copyright. And she even actually did give permission for doing a cover. We will get to that. But we're going to start off with talking about Selene's termination. Typically, when a VTuber gets, or at least when all the different Nijisanji graduations and terminations I've seen them announce through this main account, they don't do 3 pages. It's typically just 1 page. But with Selene, they decided it's time to go over 3 of them, or make 3 pages of it. So here we go. Notice termination of Selene Tatsuki's contract with Anycolor. Anycolor being the parent company of Nijisanji. We hereby announce that we have made the difficult decision to terminate our contract with the Nijisanji EN liver, also known as streamer, Selene Tatsuki, effective immediately due to repeated breaches of contracts and misleading statements on social platforms. Attached is the detailed explanation of the circumstances that led to this decision being taken. Thank you for your understanding and continuous support of Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. Oh, goddamn sneeze. Just aches over my mind. I can't talk. Now, I don't recall every single little breach that Selene had. I think largely the stuff that was talked about mostly was a Fall Guys tournament that she didn't get permission to do, but still went ahead with doing. And I mean, I get that Nijisanji wants their talents, or their quote-unquote livers, in order, they want them to go through the management so that they can approve everything, make sure everything's on the up and up, above board, all that. I do also think it's kind of getting a little too much into the bureaucracy of it. I mean, most of their talents are, most of their talents are established entertainers. They know what they're doing. And for the most part, at least from what I've seen, not many of them will just wildly break rules and stuff like that. So let's actually go through the document. This will be fun. Notice of contract termination with Selen Tatsuki. We sincerely appreciate your ongoing... Yeah, I don't support you, Niji. I just follow you on Twitter, and follow is not endorsement. I just want to keep up with the shit show that is your PR. It is with regret that we have had to make the difficult decision to terminate our affiliation contract with Nijisanji En Liver Selen Tatsuki due to multiple breaches of contract and misleading statements on social platforms. For transparency, we have provided a detailed explanation of the circumstances and reasons that have, unfortunately, led us to this decision below. Activity rules for affiliated livers. Livers being their streamers, by the way. The person behind the VTuber avatar. Nothing to do with any of the artists, just... I personally don't like the term. It's very weird to me. I am just going to be saying streamer instead of liver, because liver is such a weird term. Cancel me all you want. I don't care. Any Color has established activity rules that our affiliated streamers agree to comply with. These rules are designed to prevent infringement of third-party rights, leakage of confidential information belonging to Any Color or third parties, damage to the reputation or credibility of third parties, or other acts that may, that may violate rights, engage in illegal activities, or involve socially condemned behaviors. As a company, we are confident that in order to deliver content to our for our fans to enjoy in the long term, and to create an environment where our affiliated streamers can safely perform their activities with the support of fans and various stakeholders, it is essential for both our streamers and our company to unite and adhere to compliance with the activity rules. Now, I understand the sentiment, and I can kind of get behind the last bit of it, where they want the streamers and the management to unite and coexist and work together. I get that. I don't get why they went into details regarding the rules are designed to prevent like all these different terrible things, and it's just sort of passively implying that Selen did these things during her time at Nijisanji. From what I know, she did some things, like I can't remember exactly. I do believe there was an actual breach of NDA. I don't know 100%. We will go through what I do actually know, so grain of salt what I say, please. Do not take me as gospel. Lord knows there is more than enough coverage about this subject out there. Okay, let's see the actual violations of Selen during the activity, or violations of Selen of their activity rules. Despite our efforts to uphold these rules, Selen Tatsuki has repeatedly violated the activity rules since joining Nijisanji En in July 2021. Wow, she's been with the company a while. Jesus. Longer than I've been a streamer. Actually, about the same time I've been a streamer. Jesus Christ. Selen Tatsuki's actions in violation with the activity rules encompass a wide range of issues, such as non-compliance with rights confirmation and authorization flows, which could potentially lead to infringement of third-party rights, including copyrights. The violations also include unauthorized usage of works and assets belonging to others affiliated with Any Color, disregarding the intentions of these parties, as well as lack of communication with creators, resulting in delays in Selene Tatsuki's commission payments for creators. Now, I do know there has been issue with the artists that have been working with Selene not getting their payments on time. And from what I've heard, and I believe I've got the clip of as well, we'll find out, that she paid those artists because Nijisanji wouldn't. I don't know the full details, but to my knowledge, Selene paid the artists out of her own pocket, not Nijisanji doing them, let alone approving of the things that she's self-funding as a streamer for a multi-million-dollar company such as Nijisanji / Anycolor. Furthermore, there have been ongoing reports about inappropriate behavior by Selene Tatsuki throughout her time as a Nijisanji EN streamer. We have been addressing these concerns as they arrive. As a company, we recognize that these violations of the activity rules could damage the trust placed in Nijisanji EN. We are also aware that such violations jeopardize the ongoing activities of other streamers affiliated with Anycolor. Furthermore, we have consistently issued warnings to Selene Tatsuki each time there was a violation of the activity rules. However, she repeatedly disregarded these warnings, often failing to reciprocate communication with her managers. Additionally, Selene Tatsuki has repeatedly posted false or misleading information on social media, insinuating that the violations of the activity rules were due to mismanagement by Anycolor. To be fair, I do have the bias against bigger corporations for not respecting or properly managing their talents. I personally have some conflicting issues with Zion Lizette or Zion, whatever. But I don't think Nijisanji should have treated her the way they did. It was not a good look, so to speak. And then with this Selene stuff, it just seemingly got worse for them. In May 2023, we sent a notice to Selene Tatsuki stating that any further violation of... Damn it, sneeze! Excuse me. We sent a notice to Selene stating that any further violation of the activity rules or engaging in false or misleading statements that could damage our company's reputation would result in the termination of our affiliation contract. However, she has continued to violate the activity rules. So, get into the deets. Tell us the deets. If you're, like, the first page, you're saying you're going to be more transparent, and then you just kind of vaguely talk about it. If you're going to say you want to be transparent, give me the actual events, please. All times are in JST, good to know. The events leading to suspension of Selene Tatsuki's activities. Amidst the aforementioned circumstances, on December 26, 2023, Selene Tatsuki posted a music video on the Selene Tatsuki YouTube channel without prior approval, as required by activity rules. Okay, so it was posted on December 26th in Japan time, Japanese Standard Time, which meant for a lot of the Western world, which largely her audience was, being a member of Nijisanji EN, it came out on Christmas Day for a lot of people. So people got pretty mad when their Oshi posts a music video and then the management was like, yeah, you didn't have proper authorization, so we took it down. The materials for the music video were shared for the first time with our management on December 24th. Since some elements of the music video lacked proper authorization on December 25th, we communicated to Selene that that permission needed to be obtained from relevant parties, requesting her to wait before releasing it. Despite this, Selene Tatsuki disregarded the notice and proceeded with the unauthorized posting. So, we will get into Lily Pichu and permission regarding that. I don't know what other potential issues could arise that would come up from it. It's the music copyright would be the big thing, and then, you know, paying the artists that are working on the animation for it. Our immediate response was to make the music video private until all authorizations were confirmed from our end. At the same time, the reasoning was clearly explained to Selene Tatsuki. However, Selene took to social media, specifically Twitter, making misleading statements that omitted essential context, notably, quote, management has privated the song, end quote. Furthermore, Selene Tatsuki's post includes a statement encouraging third parties to re-upload the music video, which breaches Any Color's guidelines for secondary creation, Article 1, Paragraph 2. I don't know those articles or rules, so okay. These actions led to various misunderstandings that damaged the reputation of both Any Color and Nijisanji EN. In an effort to calm this situation, we sought to either publicly disclose the reasons for making the music video private or have Selene Tatsuki disclose them herself. While being mindful of Selene's physical and mental health, management did their best to communicate with not only Selene herself, but also her emergency contact while remaining considerate of her situation. We were unable to come to an agreement on how to proceed. The decision was made to temporarily remove her access to accounts on various social media platforms and video distribution services under the name Selene Tatsuki. So basically, from what I'm gathering, she posted a music video that was a cover of another creator's song, which all the artists were paid for by Selene herself out of pocket, but she didn't have management's authorization, so that means she doesn't get a post at all in any sort of social media under the name Selene Tatsuki, effectively isolating her from the communities she's been building up for that company. It's not very great, and it does lead into worse mental health for Selene. We will get to that. The termination of the affiliation contract. After attempting to address the aforementioned situation and communicating with the legal counsel representing Selene Tatsuki, we conveyed the necessity for Selene to inform the public about the reasons behind our decision to make the music video private. Additionally, we expressed to Selene our expectations for future compliance with the activity rules from here on. Despite our efforts, Selene Tatsuki demanded that Any Color should be held legally responsible. She claimed that she was no longer able to engage in her activities as a streamer due to the decisions made by Any Color, was being harassed by other affiliated streamers due to mismanagement, etc., while refusing to acknowledge her responsibility for violating the activity rules. Moreover, Selene insisted that if the negotiations did not progress, she would proceed to release a statement regarding her claims to the public, which personally I do think is pretty understandable of Selene to do. Now, is it bad that she didn't get full management approval, authorization, whatever, to post that music video? I mean, yeah, but I think the reaction that Nijisanji had took, or Any Color, whatever, the management took to effectively isolate her was far worse of a thing to do to somebody, especially as a punishment. Again, we are social creatures. We kind of need that social interaction, and I think it's pretty fucking exploitative to have it in their contracts that they can just, yeah, you can't talk to people anymore. Sucks to suck. You sign a contract, sucks to suck. I think that's pretty fucked up. That's just me. Now, the third and final page. Anycolor believes that the claims raised by Selene are in fact referring to situations that arose when she was warned about her breaches of the activity rules, and attempts to shift the responsibility for these violations, damaging Anycolor and Nijisanji Ien's image. This led to the deterioration of the relationship between her, Anycolor, and other streamers affiliated with Anycolor. Anycolor firmly believes that we and the other streamers under our affiliation have not engaged in unjust practices towards Selene. Cool. So they see the isolation as just and acceptable. I personally think that's really, really fucked up. Considering the irreparable damage to our company's reputation and threat to the ongoing activities of other affiliated streamers, we regrettably concluded that the termination of our affiliation contract with Selene was unavoidable. Since becoming a part of Nijisanji Ien in July 2021, Selene has undeniably played a significant role, remember this, in the growth of Nijisanji Ien. We fully understand that our decision to terminate the contract will have a significant impact on Selene's fans and supporters of Nijisanji. Remember this. However, ensuring responsible content creation through adherence of our activity rules is fundamental to our mission. It is with deep regret that we must part ways with our affiliated streamer, Selene Tatsuki, as we could not reach an agreement on our points of view. However, we would like to ask for the understanding of our fans as to the circumstances that led to this decision. I will say I do get sort of where they're coming from. They see it as a perceived threat to their brand and they want to maximize their dollar. So if somebody is doing something that they believe to be actively harming their company, their brand, their reputation, I think it's okay to take reasonable steps to address that. I don't think isolating your streamer is a reasonable step to do that. Oh my god. It does keep going. Don't worry. As of today, the 5th of February 2024, JST, Japanese Standard Time, Selene Tatsuki's activities will cease. Her YouTube membership will be closed and her social media accounts will be made private. We will also gradually halt the sale of merchandise and voice-related content. Please note that merchandise produced in 2023 featuring Selene or including her in their lineup may be released in the future. Selene Tatsuki's revenue payment for these has either already been completed or is planned to be settled by the end of February. So, like, we're going to fire you, but we're still going to produce merch about you. Real cool, Niji. The Nijisanji Ien VTuber group, Obsidia, will pursue their activities with Rosemi Lovelock and Petra Gurin. I'm gonna be real, I don't know those three. I really don't keep too much of an eye on big corpo stuff. But like, holy shit, this was a big thing of discourse within the VTuber scene. And it went on for a while, like holy shit. We sincerely thank all the fans who supported Selene and apologize for any inconvenience caused by this announcement. We humbly request your continued support for Obsidia and Nijisanji Ien in the future. For all inquiries related to this matter, please contact Anycolor. There's their contact of their website, .co, blah, blah, blah. and refrain from contacting any colors streamers, including any contact on social media or on stream. I do agree with that point. If you got a problem with the parent company of corpos, you don't go to the corpos, or you don't go to the streamers that represent, or that are, yeah, I guess representing that company, whatever. And remember that, because it plays up later. There's a major Yu-Gi-Oh content creator that's in love with Rosemi. That's how I know of her. Oh, fair enough. I was not aware of that. Anyways, so this Doki bird posts out a tweet. I will not be silenced anymore. On December, I was hospitalized for an attempt that was caused by a buildup of bullying from within and being in a toxic and poor environment for numerous months that led to my breaking point. I requested to leave first, but on more neutral terms on 26th of January. So I don't know exactly how, but the hospitalization attempt is speculated that Doki Bird had made an attempt on their life and they were getting treated for it. It was something extremely serious, and I really think that she is telling the truth here. Doki continued, I will be returning here soon, as I will like to celebrate Lunar New Year with all of you. This holiday means a lot to me and my Chinese culture as someone that lived in China for a big portion of my life. It should be the start of happiness and new beginnings. Now, keep in mind with that, because that's kind of the direction that Doki really tries to push things in. She wants to focus on the positive. And honestly, part of me is not really wanting to go into this because there's a lot of negativity regarding the situation. However, I do think it's still very important to discuss what went on. I don't think it's worth much of any while to, go after and harass the people involved because of speculations or things they truly do believe. I think she's Chinese, yeah. That's the vibe I'm getting. But yeah, a lot of this has been Nijisanji is falling from graces. They were seen as like one of the better companies, but over time, more and more stories seem to came out. Like a random topic, Seiyu here. I have a video on, well, a girl's story. You should check it out if you want to know more about that. Anyways, it's continued. Hey, look here. This was actually linked in the... fuck. Where was it? I closed it. Fine. This was linked in the community note of the... What's it? The termination notice from Nijisanji. Lily Pichu says, I let them, Niji, know I'm okay with it back in August of 2022. Over a year before it came out. I feel very honored every time someone covers my song. I very much enjoyed Selen's cover. It's so sad to see what happened. And Lily did this quote tweet when somebody had, tagged her and wanted to support their Oshi. I don't blame them for wanting to support their Oshi. What really bothers me with this is Lily apparently let them know August 2022, but Nijisanji was like, we didn't have confirmation of copyright. What copyright would be the issue if not the music or the art, which would be done of any color owned character designs, right? Anyways, it continues a little further. One of the mods of Selen went a little rogue. as Game8910 puts it, and opened a quick stream on her channel to promote Doki. This whole situation is such a clusterfuck. I don't have enough popcorn for it. So here we got the mod silent. Nijisanji fucked up. They did not remove my mod. Please subscribe to DokiBird on that stream chat on YouTube, and then drops the link to Doki's YouTube channel. Because before joining Nijisanji, hey yo Angel, how you doing? Before joining Nijisanji as Selene, she was already established as DokiBird. And from what I recall, she was sitting around 9,000 subscribers at the time of her terminate, like 9,000 subscribers on DokiBird at the time of termination from Nijisanji. Let me just double check where she's at now, because it was like within 2 weeks since this dropped, she's gone from 9,000 subscribers all the fucking way up to 606,000 subscribers. Like, for real, she's doing all right. Now that she's indie, this discourse has really gotten people to notice. A lot of people are really energized about it, so to speak. The mod saying they can sue me if it breaches my NDA with them. Don't care anymore. Go follow DokiBird. Show her some love. Another mod, a Whispering Dragoon. Oh wait, no, that looks like the exact same one. Oh wait, Nijisanji fucked up. They did not remove my mod. Please subscribe to DokiBird on that stream chat on YouTube. I never had an NDA given to me. That's funny. Silent saying only I did, but I don't care. Dragon laughing. Silent Kaiju. I guess a different mod, a third mod. No NDA. Sub to DokiBird. It's pretty funny. You can see the running thing of Sink the Yacht, which did become a trending tag and rallied a whole lot of people behind it. Looks like the staff finally woke up. It's 3:45 in Japan, and here's the stream shut down. And VT summarized the whole image, but I don't trust VT. I just trust what I read on Twitter, like a mature adult. And here we have an update from False ID, talking about it. Update, Any Color Inc. has issued a document entitled the impact and decision to terminate the affiliation contract with the Nijisanji EN streamer on our financial results in response to Selene Tatsuki's termination, which only contained the following 2 sentences. On February 5th, 2024, Any Color made the decision to terminate our affiliation contract with the Nijisanji EN streamer Selene Tatsuki. The impact of this decision on our financial results will be negligible. Which is really interesting that they put that out 2 days after firing her and saying how influential she was to the growth of the company. Now they're trying to, I don't know, what's the word? They're trying to soothe their investors, not freak them out too much by saying, oh yeah, it's going to be negligible. She helped grow our brand like a fuck ton, but it's her going away is going to be negligible. Now, I'm pretty sure there's more than one company that actually ended up dropping support, but this is the one that popped up on my For You page. Height, I think they're a computer brand. I'm not 100% sure. Please correct me. Notice on February 7th, 2024, in light of recent developments regarding Any Color, Height has made the decision to terminate our current projects with the VTuber group. And they put out the statement. To start, we want to deeply thank the Nijisanji fan community for your support in Height's most recent collaboration. However, in light of the recent developments regarding Anycolor, aka Nijisanji, Height has made the decision to terminate our current projects with the VTuber group. All pre-orders of the Nijisanji ENY60 plus keycap bundles made thus far will be cancelled and refunded. We deeply apologize to the Fam Illyria, Rosebuds, and Allo Peeps? Nailed it. Affected. It was truly a tough decision for us, as we know many were excited to receive their limited edition Y60s. Is that a keyboard? Is that a computer? I can't remember. I should have looked into this more. Oh, they also said this includes the cancellation of the High-X Nijisanji EN launch giveaway. Thank you for all the fans who have supported us thus far. We deeply wish streamers and the communities the best. With everything surrounding Nijisanji in the past year alone, we at Height want to stand alongside the many VTuber fans who have ceased support for the organization. We thank you for your continued support on our collaborations, and we wish the streamers and their communities all the best. If you have any additional concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out directly to our support line by emailing support@height.com. So I am pretty sure that there's been more than one brand that has decided, yeah, you're too radioactive. We don't want to associate with you right now. Bye, Felicia. And I'm pretty sure there are also like clip channels that decided, yeah, I'm not going to be clipping any Nijisanji live or streamer anymore because of, well, all the different ways they've been called out for treating their employees. Not been a good look for them. Continuing on, here's a clip that from Doki Bird's comeback stream, which, by the way, hit over 120,000 viewers, not subscribers, viewers. She was well over 300,000 subscribers at the time she streamed. And I did catch a fair bit of this, but let's hear it directly from her regarding, well, how much she made last year.
My mom scolded me about this because, you know, during all of this, she looked at my financials and I made zero profit last year.
Concurrent, I think the average was around, I would say 80 to 100,000 viewers for that stream in total, but I did see it peak over 120,000 viewers.
It's like she was like, Doki, you have to spend less because you spent $200,000 last year, and I was
127,055 viewers peak from what you saw, Angel Tail. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there were a ton of people that were checking this out. Like, I'm pretty sure right now, this stream alone has over 1 million views. I need to double check that, actually.
That hurt. Oh, that hurt. But then when Mr. Man was like, all those projects you want to do, all of that you want to do, you don't have to, you won't be spending $200,000. it blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe those were my expenses last year.
Yeah, pretty fucking wild. Because, like, with that clip, she had said that she made $200,000, but zero of it ended up becoming profit. It either went to living expenses or paying for the projects she set her heart on, and Nijisanji decided to not fund, despite being a multi-million-dollar company, and they could easily pocket, or they could easily cover $200,000 of like art and that stuff. But no, they're going to make their streamers pay it themselves out of pocket. Now, I do want to double check. Doki Bird. She is now at, she's gone up 1,000 subscribers since I just showed you guys. Look at that shit. Scheduled for 110. Huh. That's, I don't get where that's coming from. Okay. Live. Where, here. I'm back, everyone. 1.3 million views. People give a shit about Doki Bird. And personally, I think she is charismatic enough to understand why people do support it. And then jump ahead to 6 days ago. I can't remember exactly what day that would be. I want to say February 13th, but I am dumb. This was a message from Nijisanji EN that was put out on Elira Pandora's channel. A 15-minute statement. It involves Vox Akuma, Illyria Pandora, and Ike Vigland. Now, I have watched it previously, so part of me doesn't necessarily want to go over it again. I'm pretty sure I'll be including this in the description of all the different links I've been sourcing for my sources. But largely, I think the main takeaway from this video, at least to me, was that we don't know if this is statements coming from the hearts of those 3 streamers, or if it's a statement that they had slid in or sent to them and were told, say this or you're fired kind of thing. We don't really know. But some things that were said that really jumped out to me was the Illyria had said that she volunteered her channel to make this statement, which I understand wanting to, like, you've put a ton of effort into helping this company grow and you feel like very active part. You want to be the one to help clear their name kind of thing. I don't think it's a very good look for a multi-million-dollar company to address this kind of stuff from a streamer's channel. It should have come from the official Nijisanji EN channel. That was my understanding. Other things that did pop out were you know what? Let's watch it. It's all black screen. Don't worry. You're not missing any video. Are we missing the audio? God damn. Oh, right. This was also a stream, so it took a while to start.
Hi. This is Alira Pandora.
Hi.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. Vox and Ike are also present here with me, and we would like to take some time to address the events surrounding Zelentatski's contract termination.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I agree, Alexa.
We have discussed with Any Color staff and our legal team about what we are able to say. However, due to how sensitive the situation is, please do keep in mind that there are limits to what we're able to share. Both we, the livers, and the company have been affected deeply and are taking the situation very seriously. Everything that will be discussed has been approved by our lawyers or is based solely on our personal experiences. Before anything is discussed, there is something very important that we, Nijisanji En, feels need to be made very clear. All of us do not
For the JP side, it came off as, oh, the company is fairly giving its side. But for the international EN side, this came off as apologia, company bootlicking. Yeah, you can be crude and lewd in chat. I don't mind that too much. YouTube's automod does mind, but most of the time I do just allow the statements to be made. I don't care that much. Unless they're just like, I don't know, anger inspiring kind of thing, then I'll get rid of then I'll, let the messages hide.
Condone harassment of any kind to any of the parties involved. After discussion with the members of Nijisanji En as a collective, I volunteered for my channel to be used for this stream.
There it is.
Additionally, we've been told that there will also be a video releasing regarding the situation from Tazumi-san directly a few hours following this stream.
Yeah, that is something that also happened. The CEO of Any Color put out a 6-minute video, and I swear to God, the opening of that video was him apologizing about an investor AMA or something like that. So like it comes across as the first thing on their mind was the impact to their investors. Not a good look. A lot of people have been saying a lot of people have been saying they've done very poorly regarding their own PR, and personally I agree.
But what we say on this stream is our own words and our own feelings. I would like to first apologize if my silence on the matter has caused any worry. Over the past month, staff received documents from Solen's lawyer containing examples of her claimed experiences under Any Color.
Oh, right.
These documents in question included personal information of some livers, and when it was sent to us, we learned that there was a potential that this information could be made public.
Okay, so what they're talking about right here is a legal document regarding a potential court case. There is the potential for that to be leaked to the public, but that type of document, to my knowledge, is not not written or created as something to be made public. It's for the lawyers, for the lawmancers, whatever, to actually know what's going on. Because as much as I want to live in the world where I can be sued as Briley VT, you're not going to be putting that on court documents regarding me. Unless you're deranged, I guess.
Some of the information poses a risk to our personal safety and puts some of us at risk of doxing. Notably, one section of this document alludes to where Millie and I live. However,
Again, I really don't like how this is being framed. It's coming across as Solen is risking doxing us by pursuing legal action over a company she feels mistreated her. So, like, it doesn't come across as very good to me.
There are also harmful claims Selene made in the document about some livers' personal information that we believe are simply untrue. I felt threatened and scared of speaking out about the situation because of the risk that it could pose to not just my own safety, but the safety of those around me as well. I'm very sad that this is how everything had to turn out, and I deeply apologize to all the fans who have been affected through this time. When Selene had posted the tweet about her cover being privated, several EN members reached out to Selene, and we expressed our concerns. We were genuinely concerned, and we wanted...
The thing that's also interesting is that they're talking in EN, so they're addressing the EN crowd. It feels like they're expecting their EN fan bases to rally around Niji instead of supporting Doki. I'm guessing that's how you're going to conclude it. Yeah, no, I get that. Because, like, it's literally just... it's covering their asses kind of thing.
I wanted to understand the situation, as we were all in the dark about it. Once she notified all of us regarding her hospitalization, we immediately reached out to her, each other, and her manager to confirm her safety. Her manager also immediately reached out to her and her emergency contact, and kept us updated throughout the entire situation as well. It's been...
Again, to my understanding, that hospitalization was over a mental health crisis, from what Selene had said was harassment and mismanagement from Niji and other streamers within that. I don't have any screenshots to point to of, hey, this person was bullying Selene. All I really have is she is not the first streamer from Nijisanji to be hospitalized over such things. I really just don't trust him, to be honest. I don't trust Nijisanji, like, at all. Selene, supporting Selene by focusing the impact of Selene's expose on Illyria, Vox, and Ike. They're expecting understanding from their fans. As a counter to Selene's truths, basically downplaying Doki, Selene's own experience. Yeah, it's... what I'm really getting from this is they're trying to play up their, like, the current Niji streamers as, like, the potential victim. They're trying to build up their own pity party, so to speak, and just kind of downplay what happened to Selene, how... not necessarily downplay how serious it is, but they're trying to detract attention away from it to present themselves in a good light.
A very tough time for a lot of us. And I'm honestly not sure what else to say, but thank you again for everything, for waiting, and thank you.
Next up, Vox.
Thanks, Alira.
No
you're right.
worries.
Yeah, it has been a really tough time, and it's had an effect. I've noticed it's had an effect on everyone. It's had an effect on me too. So I'm joining this stream to talk about my experiences with Selene, to lend some of what I know to help you all understand the context of this a little bit better. I know that a lot of you watching are going to have your own views and opinions on the situation, and so all I would like to ask is that you can take the information that I'm going to present at face value, if you can. So, this...
to be fair, at the very most, that's all we can really do. We can just... most people listening to this will not have further context to provide to it, so they do kind of just have to take them at face value. I can only listen to what he has to say and come to my own conclusions as best I can.
recent situation began when Selene claimed on Twitter that her most recent song cover had been made private by staff, and she gave no context or reasoning as to why. In actuality, she had been asked to send the content of her music video to her manager in advance of the release date.
Cover video check. December 24th, December 25th, they respond. It will cause more time for me to get confirmation because there are some ex-streamers in the video. Right. Like, I hadn't seen the video. But, okay. I can understand them needing to take more time to get confirmation regarding, like, a graduated VTuber appearing in the video. That said, if it's ex Nijisanji streamer, what would really be the issue if, because like Nijisanji owns the rights to all the VTubers they present, they uphold, whatever term you want to use. Like, even if Selene had graduated, she would not have kept the rights to Selene Tatsuki. Those copyrights are owned by Nijisanji. So it really confuses me why they needed, they would need extra confirmation for a graduated talent showing up in a music video. I could understand if it was like somebody that was terminated and it was a really messy termination, so to speak. But like if it was somebody that they had a graduation, everything went about on good terms, so to speak, I don't get the issue with that. So why is this released before I got confirmation? Because it was Christmas. The video is set to private until I got confirmation. There was also a chance that you might need to adjust it before setting public again. Also, before you post anything to explain about it, please confirm with me. And then apparently she just goes ahead and tweets it like 20 minutes later, if these are the same time zones. Hello, I apologize, but management has privated the song. Please feel free to re-upload since a lot of money and effort was done by so many dragoons, which is what she called her audience. Actually, I think she still calls her audience because Nijisanji isn't able to copyright the word dragoon. If I'm not correct, I don't remember exactly what she nailed down for the... She does? Nice. That was pretty based of her. I'm really sad this happened on Christmas, but I hope somehow you guys will still be able to listen to it in some way. Which, I mean, I personally get. The fan base voted to remain dragoons. Yeah, I think there was a lot of people wanting to call themselves nesticles because it's a funny word. But I understand going with dragoon because it's like at the most charitable, the audience following Doki now is really what's the term? Polarized against Nijisanji, so they want to feel that one-upping them, and well, you didn't copyright that, so we're using it. And a gaming and emulation reference? I didn't know that. Nice. I know of Legend of Dragoon. Let's continue with the video.
For content, etc., which is something that all livers agree to do. Her manager communicated with her about this very clearly, but she released her cover without giving management time to check it, and as a result, it needed to be made private. It was...
And yeah, this whole breach of management permission warrants isolating your employee from the community they've been building for you. That totally tracks. Let's not worry about it and continue. One of the original NES emulators was called Nesticle. Really? I didn't know that. That's pretty funny.
going to be made public again once the checks had cleared. Management absolutely intended to let her release the cover once they'd made sure that it was okay to release. It's very important to establish this pattern of events had happened before on multiple occasions, including her Fall Guys tournament in August of 2023, a voice pack in May of the same year, and an outfit contest also in May. In each of these situations, Selene would be working on one of the projects I mentioned. She'd be given clear communication about confirming certain aspects with staff, as all other livers receive and comply with. And each time, she would refuse to cooperate. And when staff would react appropriately, she would make public statements that would hurt any color's reputation. And as these situations kept occurring, myself and other livers felt very upset and anxious. We felt that these statements harmed all of us as a group. Excuse me. So, it's this context that I hope explains why myself and some other livers decided to approach Selene and ask about her handling of the latest situation.
When you were listening to Vox here, it really felt like he's defending Niji, really casting Selene as a consistent rule breaker. Yeah, that's really the vibe he is pushing with this statement here so far. Anwar said, how can taking initiative harm the other streamers of a group? How? I think the harm they're proposing, where's that screenshot? Okay, I don't remember where it was exactly. They only showed it a little bit. But like they're saying that, at least with the music video case, it's that she had posted publicly saying that management took down the video, so they're bad for doing that, which personally I think they are. I think it was a bit of an overreaction, especially for something that isn't using other people, like other companies' copyrights. They had the confirmation from Lily that wasn't the issue. Apparently the issue was an ex-streamer from Nijisanji that appears in that music video. I really don't see why that needs extra confirmation time. Like, Nijisanji should own the rights to that and be able to use it how they want. I can see an argument for it being made semi in poor taste, because like if a streamer is no longer active at the company anymore, they kind of want to focus on who they do have that can still produce content for them. So I can get being hesitant about letting an ex-liver on there, but to like completely shut us, like to completely shut Selene out of any sort of social platform is just barbaric to me. Call me dramatic if you want. There are a number of ways when interacting with strict Japanese management company that wants to maintain a certain culture. But that's harm to Niji, not harm to other streamers, livers. The thing with damaging the reputation of the company, it can potentially damage both. Like the fallout with Nijisanji. Please tell me I opened that bookmark. Like I'm pretty sure I missed it. Fuck. Okay, let's pull up a new. Let me just double check that. What was I saying? Like there was a lot of people going around with the sink the yacht stuff, the trend, the trending tag, and it was basically to push people to unsubscribe from the different Nijisanji streamers. The main channel is here it is. I guess thank you Parrot 4chan for sharing this. But on February 6th, this was posted. A lot of different Nijisanji streamers were losing thousands of subscribers over the Selene termination. That's kind of what the Sink the Yacht was going for. If that's the case, then it really shows how hierarchical and domineering the corporate culture is. I mean, like almost all corporate cultures are like that. It's twisting of an injury to one is an injury to all slogan of the IWW. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Japanese companies are very hierarchical. Pronouncing it perfectly, that is the way vast majority are. Yeah, I kind of get that vibe.
Which was her cover being made private. So some libers, myself included, asked Selene why she tweeted about the cover in the way that she did, expressing that we felt it was unnecessary and harmful. According to Selene's lawyer, it's this event that they claim to be a build-up of, and what they claim to be a build-up of past experiences that led to accusations made by Selene that she was bullied and harassed.
Well, I mean, in that 3-page termination, there was bullying and harassment talked about in there regarding Selene. Like, I'm willing to bet some of this shit did happen to her. Maybe it's not to the full extent that we believe. Maybe there was some embellishment. I do believe some wrongs were done on both sides, to be honest. But I think one side was far worse, notably, in how they responded to the other. That side being Nijisanji. I'm fully confident in saying Nijisanji came down with an iron fist over not the biggest issues. Stuff that, you know, could have been handled privately without all this frequent stuff. Especially since Doki, the last tweet I read of Doki, as far as I'm aware, was meant to be her last public addressal of it. She wanted to move on, and then, well, Nijisanji made more posts. The 3 streamers made this stream. The CEO of Nijisanji made his own video. There was another statement that was made, and then Doki responds again. So let's finish off this video. I might go through the CEO's video. We're already over an hour into coverage, so no wonders of having workers union there at Nijisanji representing worker grievances could have mattered, or perhaps the streamers could have. Yeah, I think if there was like some collective action done by the workers or the streamer, like everybody at Nijisanji that isn't in a managerial spot, I think if they did have like a union, this stuff would have definitely played out differently. Remember, in order to take down the machine, you have to understand how to operate within it. Very, very true. So many people just want to take down the machine without actually understanding, without actually knowing the nitty-gritty of how to make things better when they don't even know how it works. Yay. Or perhaps the streamers could have come together in a la Nijisanji Resistance of the old with Chalk and others. Well, it feels that Ian streamers seem like they're atomized. Yeah, only doing their own stuff, not really collectively. I honestly don't know how much Nijisanji streamers collab with each other, or how much they even collab with non-Niji streamers. I do think the company is incentivized, so to speak, to keep their streamers isolated. It makes it a lot easier for the companies to control. Also working collectively, yep, I want like every industry to do that personally. Other than very specific arranged collabs, yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got from Nijisanji. Again, I haven't watched like a fuck ton of Nijisanji. I'm in no place to call myself an avid Nijisanji fan, but I still think I'm giving warranted critique.
As you can imagine, this is incredibly serious, and I want to state that throughout my friendship with Selene, I did my best to support her in private and talk to her about any problems she might have been having whenever I had the chance. Having thoroughly reviewed the documents sent,
and also the contract-based thingy, since the streamers are based on contracts, they seem themselves not as workers, but more like talents hired, which is actually true. Yeah, like, they might be working full-time, but from my understanding, the majority of them are essentially just contract-based workers. So, like, it's just within the contract set. There is no specific job description. It's just produce content, make us money, follow our rules to the letter. That's there's that illusion in many companies, whether it be a Japanese company, a Philippine company, or an American company, that the company is a family. There's a lot of that. Understanding the machine, quote, machine isn't a family, breaking that illusion that the company isn't their friend that good. I definitely agree. Yeah, I mean, most movie stars are a variant of contract worker. They just have a union to make it not shit. Yeah, I agree with that. And we should definitely get a union for corpo VTubers. I don't know how much there is. I actually do think there would be a value in like a broader VTuber union or guild that represents corporate and indie VTubers. I think the collective action would really benefit everybody in the space. Streamers would feel more comfortable with what they're doing. They would feel more, I guess, empowered, so to speak, that they can go after the stuff they want without too much red tape, so to speak. Maybe I'm just talking about idealist stuff. I don't really know. Problem is, in arrangements where there's talents and contracts, there's like favoritism and even cliques that form, preventing worker solidarity. Yep. Yeah. Had the idea of trying to contact More Perfect Union, the IWW, or maybe some JP Union to give insights on the situation. That might not be a bad idea. There are definitely multiple organizations out there that are willing to help people unionize. It is somewhat treading new ground in order to unionize such a broad landscape as VTubers. So there's not really like a go-to example of how to figure things out and run things. The closest I would say would be like SAG-AFTRA, but I do have personal issues with them. I just think that a shit union is better than no union. But that's personal biases. MPU would be interesting to do a take on this. Honestly, I'd really be interested to check out anybody that would be interested, like a union organizer or advocate, I guess, and getting their full-on thoughts regarding it. Anyways, I do got to continue this video or the coverage will never end.
To any color by her lawyer, and based on what I know personally and have been told by Selene as her friend, myself and other members vehemently believe these claims to be completely untrue. I feel very confident in saying that the way I and other livers communicated with Selene about this incident was fair and reasonable, especially considering our built-up anxiety over this repeating pattern of behavior. In my opinion, I do not think that it was a form of harassment. Also,
okay, so I'll be charitable, you might actually have that opinion. You don't think or Vox doesn't think he was coming from a place of harassment. But what he did say was that all the different live streamers reached out to themselves and management and to Selene. And if all the people you know that you're like building working friendships with are starting to come at you and say, hey, this is making me very anxious, I think this was very bad taste, when you're like getting a bunch of those messages at once, it can come across with the exact same outcomes as harassment without it being intended to be harassment. I have talked about this on the channel previously before, at least in some regard, but the go-to example I like to use is from ContraPoints, where in her video called Canceling, she makes a point of multiple people can levy potentially legitimate criticisms at a public figure, and then the sheer number of those criticisms can be the problem. And her analogy, to sum up, that I personally really like and continue to use is the snowflake doesn't need to feel responsible for the avalanche. So like everybody that is potentially giving good faith criticism can come across as like a wave of harassment to somebody that is just trying to make entertaining content. That's really the vibe I'm getting. Vox may be justified in his anxiety. I don't hold that against him. I don't hold anxiety against people. I do think people do need to recognize that if a lot of if a ton of people are focusing on one thing, one person, and a lot of them are making similar kinds of stuff, you don't really need to throw your 2 cents in, especially if you already see somebody else throwing your 2 cents in. Most of the time, it's this stuff on Twitter that just ends up dogpiling. It leads to more criticism it leads to more, I guess, attacks or perceived attacks rather than actually levying criticism. Another thing that ContraPoints brought up in the canceling video, which is largely actually why I tend to stick to covering or talking about like drama as stuff on my channel, as I'm of the opinion if I were to make call out threads, it might just be seen as inciting harassment. Because a lot of the time with text, the sentiment behind the words can get lost. It's a lot harder to, not impossible, but it is harder to take people out of context or to misinterpret what people are saying when you're legitimately hearing what they're saying, the emotional inflections in their voice. That's just why I tend to prefer talking things out on stream where there's always a public record, instead of just making a Twitter thread and then potentially being misunderstood. Because literally Twitter is a place where you can say, I love waffles, and somebody will respond, so you hate pancakes. It is literally that landscape. It is not good for people's mental health. We all should get off it, and yet I continue to use it because I make content from it. Yay, good person.
So in the document given to Any Color by Selene's lawyer, it stated that Selene had secretly recorded me in a private voice call without my knowledge or consent. Now, I have...
Okay, so this can be potentially a very bad thing, but here's the thing. I don't know where Selene was living when she recorded that, because, like, if she was living in Canada when she recorded that, like, I'm Canadian, we have one-party recording laws, which means no matter what you say, if I am in a voice call with you, legally, I can record that and then use it for whatever means I want to. But largely, I don't care about recording private conversations with people. I have had at least a couple videos come out that, for off the top of my head, I only really can think of one. I had spoken with a banned Twitch streamer known as Sweet Samantha VR. I'm pretty sure she's updated her name since then. I don't recall 100%. I should double check that. Anyways, she was banned from Twitch and ended up moving to Kick. And due to scheduling conflicts, we ended up having a call off of stream. But I also made sure to, let her know that, hey, I'm going to be recording this. I'm making content about this. I just want to get your side. Also, having drama tubers, bad faith peeps, and reactionary choo-choos are also a factor. Yeah, a lot of commentary channels can spread dangerous narratives sometimes. There are a lot of people that just don't care, and they will just, put out whatever makes them money, whatever gets them clicks, whatever they think the most people will agree with, kind of thing. Oh, this part, Mo remembers that Selene, this wasn't like recording the Convo stealth thing. The recording was for a project? Wait, really? Like, what? It was for some kind of project? Like, if somebody were to... random example, I don't think it's happened so far. I don't know if it'll happen in the future. It'd be kind of funny if it did. But if I'm just hanging out in my voice chat, in my Discord server, like I do, because I enjoy conversations with people, who knew? If somebody were to record that while I'm like not streaming and just in that, and then they put out like a funny video and they have my voice from not on stream, I mean, as long as it's an entertaining thing that I don't perceive comes from a malicious or bad faith place, I'm not going to strike or go after them or anything. It's just personal preference. I don't care. I essentially assume that every interaction I have will get leaked sooner or later. So I just go with the flow. Oh, okay, yeah, I haven't fully gone through Doki's responses yet, and we are definitely going to be ending this on a positive note, because we have been getting a lot into negative stuff. But I mean, the negativity is a big part of why this became so huge. Sadly, sometimes you have to go through the negative for something really, really good to come of it. And in this case, it's Doki hitting over 600,000 subscribers since going indie. And the way she's used her platform since then, with all this new attention on her, she's actually directed it to some pretty good places, but we'll get to that.
Absolutely zero memory of what I might have specifically said in that recording, but we know it was on the topic of the tweet that I had made around the time of AR Live's cancellation last year. From what I know, based on this document, Selene had wanted to use this as proof of staff showing favoritism for some members over others, as at the time I wasn't reprimanded by staff having made that tweet. I followed this issue up with my managers and I was...
Wait, did they reprimand you for a bad tweet later on? I don't remember if he actually says whether or not he did get reprimanded for that. So just saying, if you want to say there's no favoritism and then say that, oh yeah, I wasn't reprimanded for that at the time, and then not really confirm whether or not they actually did, it kind of comes across as not that great.
told that they didn't reach out because they didn't want to cause further controversy at the time. However, I've been asked to delete other tweets on multiple occasions when I've accidentally broken a rule. In these cases, we're politely informed that when we should avoid tweeting something, we apologize, delete it, and move on.
Okay, I will be a little less charitable here. You guys showed the DMs with Selene and her Mr. Man or whatever, her manager or agent or whatever. You guys showed those DMs. So why are you not showing how you were reprimanded by your management? Why are you not showing the proof of what you're saying? You have shown proof that Selene didn't have the permission to post that video immediately. So why can't you show other things? I get that it was a stream, but you guys are huge creators, at least compared to me. And I show more context than you guys have so far. So far, a lot of this is #trust me, bro. And frankly, I don't typically trust corporate mouthpieces, which, with respect, this is how this is coming across.
The real issue here, however, is that someone I trusted and considered a friend not only recorded me in secret, but also that these recordings were held without my knowledge for almost an entire year. The fact that
wait, how could she record something without your knowledge but it not being secretive? I'm getting confused by this, and I am just getting vibes of character assassination. Like, oh, you're supposed to be my friend, but you secretly recorded me, and not go into details on that one. And oh yeah, management's always nice, but we're not going to show that either. Like, you guys can do that. You've shown already that you can share those pictures. You'll take the time to arrange them, but you'll only do it to show how Doki didn't listen to management. Can you... From what I remember, last time I watched this, like, when I first watched this, I actually didn't see that first screenshot. I just let the video play. I was actually walking somewhere, so I was just listening to it as I was walking. So, as far as I'm aware, every time I had checked, it was just a black screen. I had no idea they had any sort of screenshots in this. So, having some screenshots for some of the claims you're making, but not for the other ones, it kind of gets me worried about your trustworthiness.
Was held throughout our friendship is really upsetting to me. Until now, I had always looked up to Selene as my senpai, and I felt really lucky to be her friend. Having to talk about this now and seeing how this has played out is, again, heartbreaking. Selena told me privately about her disagreements with staff and her managers, and I had done my best to support her and to help her make what I thought were the right choices, even when she talked about wanting to graduate. For context, leaving Nijisanji is always an option for livers. If she had wanted to graduate beforehand, she was given very many chances to do so amicably.
Oh yeah, did you guys know you can just quit your job, the thing that puts food on the table, that puts a roof over your head? You can just quit that without having anything lined up at any time. You can. Is it the smartest option to do so? Fuck no. You want to have something lined up when you are leaving so that you don't, risk being just stuck out on the street. I am actually unironically really glad that Doki ended up getting all the support she did, because she was literally removed from her job over what I personally see as not that big a deal of stuff that was kind of blown out of proportion. That's really the vibe I'm getting. I really don't think it should have caused her to be terminated. especially because she was terminated while she was hospitalized. Like, I don't remember if I went over this before or if it's in the next couple statements from Doki that I'm going to be going over, but like, as far as I'm aware, she found out she was fired the same time everybody else did with that tweet. They didn't talk to her privately. Apparently, they reached out to their emergency contact and those close to her when things were going on, but they didn't tell her that the company was terminating her. Things don't add up. It just seems like very, very bad mismanagement, which is why I kind of side with Selene/Doki on this.
And on multiple occasions, Selene had told us she planned on graduating, but would then go back on this shortly after. For example, she told me that she would be graduating.
I'm gonna be fair. I've had coworkers that like every day they say how much they hate the job and they want to quit, and then they continue working there for like multiple years because no better options show up. And if you just quit your job with no future prospects lined up, there's a very high likelihood or high risk of maybe you don't find a new job in time for rent being due. What do you do then? You're fucked. That's what happens. Unless you have somebody else you can rely on in that situation to help bail you out of it, you're pretty fucked in that situation.
Graduating on the day we hosted the Prism Cup, but as you know, this didn't happen. She also, after being warned by staff due to her repeated rule breakages in May of last year, told other livers that she was being terminated at that time, when, like I said, she had just been warned, nothing else. Because I trusted her so much, and I listened to her narrative of half-thought untruths about her relationship with Anycolor, this caused me so much anger on her behalf.
What half or untruths did they prove? Honest question, I don't remember what they've actually substantiated. So far, it's just been saying stuff that they've claimed has been cleared with lawyers and their management and all that. But in the end, largely, they're just saying stuff. They've shown one screenshot. Well, technically 6, but it was all shown at once.
That I had considered graduating with her in solidarity, seriously. And I now know that my intense feelings at the time came from omitted context and falsehoods, and that, once again, is heartbreaking. I'm incredibly happy with my job, and even in the face of times as hard as these, I really wouldn't want it any other way. So regardless of how I now feel about Selene having been my friend and having hurt me and my fellow livers in this way, her attempt on her life will never ever be something to be taken lightly.
Nor should
I
it.
recall the moment when I and other livers found out about what had happened, and we prayed for her safety then, and we still do, regardless of the outcome of the situation.
It also felt like Vox is undervaluing the hard work of the streamers, workers do and have done just to be able to reach this level in Niji. That makes sense. I'm not 100% sure I'm on board with that, because doesn't Anycolor have like a VTuber Academy or something where you can go through this academy and then you have a chance of becoming a Nijisanji streamer, or you can go do your own thing, which I do think is overall pretty pog initiative, because like they can just get the training and then go be indie. That's cool. But I don't really know how much he's undervaluing the work that streamers had to take to get to Nijisanji, or at least to get to where their level is at. Personally, I do think that the majority of streamers at Nijisanji have had to put in tons of work to get to the level they're at. These are not people that you just pick up off the street and then they suddenly know how to be an entertaining streamer. Usually it takes years of practice. Usually. He should have been more sympathetic since he should know the hardships of working as a streamer. Yeah, I can see that. Just sending salutes, care, Rabu, and appreciation to Briley. Thank you. And C, I do like Seahorse. And all the VTubers and streamers in chat. Hard work is appreciated. You're awesome culture workers. I agree with that. Streamers are culture workers, so to speak. Whether or not people will actively talk politics or whatnot on their streams is not terribly relevant, because people will still, whether they know it or not, they can play into culture war stuff. They can play into a number of different things without really realizing how much politics actually affects the real world. But yes, I super appreciate your what do you have to say, Angel Tail? Thank you for that.
Situation. I genuinely want nothing more than for Selene to grow and to be in a safe place where she can look after her health, insofar as me and the rest of EN can heal in our own way too. To those of you watching this stream, please leave her be. Harassment of any kind is vicious and it's insane, and it has no place in this community. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vox.
To a certain extent, you can always be pushing something even if you don't know it. Yeah, absolutely true. And yeah, personal politics do seep into everything, whether people want to admit it or not.
Before we round things off, I also had something that I wanted to say. It's going to be a little bit on the shorter side. By the way, hi, I'm Mike. First off, I just wanted to say, like, preface this with, like, sorry if I have a hard time finding the proper words for anything. I'm a little bit all over the place right now. Excuse me for a second. For a very long time, I considered Selene as a good friend within Nijisanji EN, be it on stream or off stream. We always managed to get on really well. So that's why it was so shocking for me to learn that Any Color had received these documents from Selene's lawyer. Learning about what was contained within these documents was, to me personally, incredibly saddening. Knowing that the things said within the document were coming from the very same person that I call my friend was hurtful and disappointing in a way I really don't know how to describe. Not only because of it made me now re-examine our entire friendship, but primarily because the document contains some information that we believe is incorrect, that could be harmful for us, and it's just private information that is very terrifying to have being, shown before you like that.
Again, I do not believe that the documents they are referring to were ever intended to be released to the public. They were to, I don't know, what's the word? They were to be used in the process of seeking legal, I don't know the word. I don't know, seeking legal closure. I do know that largely after, like, the stuff that I'm going to end up covering, they have ended up, we're just taking this to court. So they've kind of quieted down. We'll have to wait for that to play out. But there's 2 minutes left on this statement. I just don't really like how he's playing into the, Doki could have doxed us with this document. And I'm willing to bet if Doki was going to dox somebody, they wouldn't do it through that document. It would have been done elsewhere. Not through, hey, this is a document I gave to my lawyer, and therefore it's going to absolutely be made public with super sensitive private information on. I don't think that's the reasonable perception of the situation. But granted, I don't personally know any of the streamers involved in this. I don't know any people working at Nijisanji or any color. I am very in the dark regarding their personal lives, their personal information, how they conduct themselves largely. I'm just purely giving my opinions from an outside perspective.
Right now, we're all very stressed.
Understandably.
But in spite of this, I feel like the public deserves to, at the very least, be aware of the existence of these documents, as well as of...
I think that's bad framing, dude. Like, again, I'm pretty sure those documents were not meant to be given to the public or made mention to the public. They're meant for the courts. So, like, this is kind of implying that Doki was wanting to dox them, which, given the vibe I've gotten from Doki so far, and talking with a friend that has actually been a somewhat long-term fan of Selen, at least they claim to be a Doki fan before they joined Nijisanji, and now that they've left Nijisanji, they're back to being Doki, so whatever. That said, my friend tells me that they don't give that kind of vibe. It's a friend I personally trust. I'm not going to force them to come on stream just to give that testimony. I'm just saying I can verify with some level of confidence that it would potentially be out of character for Doki to actually want to dox somebody.
Some of its contents, for the sake of transparency and honesty. We understand that the past week of radio silence has been really difficult for all of you.
I will say that making the claim you want to be transparent and honest really falls short when the only screenshots you're showing are of how Selen didn't listen to management for the music video. Aside from that, no other context has been provided besides personal statements. So it's really a trust me bro situation, and I don't trust you guys. That's really what the bottom line is.
But please rest assured that we have been working very, very hard to try and understand what it is that we can and cannot say about this.
I would hope so.
But we wanted to make sure that what we shared was as much as we were able to share. Within Nijisanji EN, everyone always makes an effort to make sure that anyone who wants to be included in something has the opportunity to do so, whether that be online or offline. And all of us will continue to do our utmost to provide a safe and fun environment for fans to enjoy together. And lastly, to round this off, I want to reiterate, please do not spread hate to anyone involved in any way, shape, or form, or anyone in general, honestly. We ask that in these times you allow us to continue our activities without asking us for any additional information about the situation. At this point, it's an issue for the lawyers, and we ask that you do not pressure any of us to discuss the matter beyond this point. Please reach out to any color for contact regarding anything else.
I do think if people do have something they just gotta say to Nijisanji or any color, just email them directly. Don't go after the talents. But it does kind of seem like contradictory information when such an important message from Nijisanji as the company is coming from a streamer's channel, like a talent's channel. I think if this stream was done from the Nijisanji channel itself, it probably would have come across better to the public. This just, at least from my experience and what I've seen discourse regarding this, it really seems like a lot of people are under the impression that Nijisanji is scapegoating their liver or their streamers in order to not fully take the brunt of stuff. Which, I mean, I don't know if I 100% believe that's the case, but I can understand where they're coming from with their argument.
And I think that's everything from me. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
So yeah, that was the official statement. And then a following statement comes out from Nijisanji's official Twitter. Regarding concerns that have arisen in relation to the current situation, in the stream done earlier by our streamers, A Message from Nijisanji EN, it was mentioned that parts of the information received from Selene and her lawyers were shared to them by Any Color Incorporated. As mentioned in the stream and notice published by Any Color Incorporated, the termination of Selene and her lawyer claimed that streamers affiliated with Any Color were involved and that they will hold Any Color legally responsible. Which, I mean, seems reasonable to me. Does somebody want to explain why that's unreasonable? Selene and her lawyer mentioned the possibility that they will also hold streamers affiliated with Any Color Inc. legally responsible. I don't know enough of the situation whether or not to say that the streamers from Nijisanji or Any Color could be legally held responsible. I don't know what they are forced to say and what they're not forced to say. That's just information I am not privy to have. It's something that'll just have to come out with the court case. In order to check the validity of Selene and her lawyer's claim, Any Color Incorporated shared only necessary parts of the information sent by her lawyer with our streamers and led an internal investigation. They're investigating themselves. To begin with, Any Color Incorporated has not made any confidentiality violations regarding submitted documents for legal claims such as these. However, regarding the specific information and documents which Selene's lawyer requested that we do not share with our streamers, with utmost consideration of this request, Any Color Inc. has not shared any such information. So, like, it's stuff regarding a legal claim, and they didn't. Any Color did not share every bit of that document with their streamers. They shared what they felt was relevant and what they were not asked to keep private. It does sound like whatever they were asked to keep private, they did, and I would hope so. You're dealing with lawyers. In addition, our livers are not held to any confidentiality obligation regarding the information shared to them from Any Color Incorporated. Thus, there are no legal issues regarding the information shared to the public in the stream made by our streamers. After a rigorous legal check, Any Color Incorporated hereby declares that it has not made any confidentiality violations while checking the validity of claims made by Selene and her lawyer with its affiliated streamers. So the Trust Me Bro guys did an internal investigation and found they have done no wrong. That sounds reasonable. Personally, if there's going to be an investigation done, I think it should be done by a third party, because a first party investigation will always be biased. Like, you want to build public relations, like your 6.9 million views, nice. You want to build you want to increase positive public reception of your brand, you want to increase your image. You don't just investigate yourself and say, yeah, we did all good. You have somebody that is unrelated, a third party, to check things out in as unbiased a way as possible. And then people will hear what they have to say, and hopefully you didn't commit anything bad. But with the Trust Me Bro company saying we did an investigation and we didn't do anything wrong, trust me, bro, I don't trust them. That's just me. Do third-party investigators usually happen? I think, honestly, no, because most companies don't want to actually be investigated, which is why most companies, at least to my understanding, will just do their own internal investigation and then say we did nothing wrong. Because they're not at any sort of liberty to release their investigations to the public. We will, as far as I can tell, we will never find out the actual investigation done by Nijisanji. We just kind of got to take their word that they did an investigation and found no issue. Which is part of why I think there should be a third party that does like actual investigations. And personally, I think it should be very, very transparent of what does get investigated and what is confirmed to have happened. I don't need to know streamers' personal info. I don't give a fuck about that. I give a fuck about were they mistreated by the company. And usually I'm not going to believe a company, especially a multi-million-dollar company that didn't even foot the bill for one of Selen's projects. She makes $200,000 in a year that she ends up keeping for herself. Lord knows how much she made for Nijisanji. Only they will know. But then they couldn't even fund one of her projects. Maybe they did. Maybe I just haven't heard about it. But from the impression that I have, Selen paid all projects out of her pocket and didn't make a single cent of profit because she was so focused on making the content for Nijisanji, and Nijisanji pocketed all that money. Well, Any Color pocketed all that money. Anyways, the CEO, as mentioned before, made a video addressing our concerns. Do we want to go over it? 6 minutes. I've seen people say it would have been more credible with a ukulele, and frankly, I would agree with them. Personally, I don't think this video really added much of anything new. It was just another sort of attempt to save their PR. So, yeah. If you want to check it out, it's out on YouTube. Go to Nijisanji's official YouTube channel and find their Addressing Your Concerns video. But, I mean, I've been talking about Selen and Nijisanji for about 2 hours now, and I don't want to go over another video. Because the last video was 15 minutes, took me about 45 to get through, I think. Anyways, Doki finally responds on February 14th. I was ready to move on. I had made my last statement, and I haven't looked at anything regarding my past for a full week. I didn't look at anything regarding legal documents or anything regarding my situation since I moved back to Doki. I wanted to be more hopeful for the future and never interact with that side again. So to see it all come back and reopen a wound that I was ready to heal from, and to have to talk to my lawyer again on how to respond. The document mentioned was at first made to document my thoughts and history with evidence so that my lawyer can see the general picture of what was going on, and that if there were issues that should be addressed. It was first made during my darkest time mentally, and I wrote everything on my mind little by little at the time. I made the document thinking that it was never going to be public to anyone but my lawyer. Although it was a document filled with my personal information as well as privacy information that should not be public. There were no other addresses or specific locations mentioned. Regarding, so like, the only person that could have been location doxed, it sounds like, was Doki. So it kind of infuriates me a little bit reading this now that they were playing into the Doki could have doxed us, and we're so scared about that. And yeah, doxing is a seriously harmful thing. It should never be taken lightly. But it really sounds like in this case, the only one fully at risk of being doxed is Doki. Again, I am biased towards Doki, so who knows? We'll have to let the courts figure it out. I'm just talking about what was made public. Where was I? Regarding a recording, this was not intended to be anything other than a distribution test for planning of a collaborative event between two people, which happened to be left over from one test recording, and I never recorded any other conversations with anyone. The recording was never shown anywhere, even in a legal setting, and there are no other records. However, I regret that it was mentioned, and I am sorry to all parties affected for the misunderstanding in this. So, like, she had a recording that was never meant to be going public. It was just to be a test thing. I don't know why it needed to be like a recording of Vox that he wasn't aware of, assuming that is what happened. Like, Doki could have made anything kind of recorded to test out for a distribution test. So, like, overall, it does seem like a misunderstanding. I don't think there's anything malicious behind it. Kind of weird, but not super damning, so to speak. This could easily be talked about for 20 plus hours. Oh yeah, 100%. I am definitely limiting the stuff I'm going into because holy shit, there was a lot. I requested that I just wanted to move on. Sometimes I didn't hear anything for days from the lawyers on the other side and felt like I'd be alone and isolated for a long time. It made it so hard for me mentally. On February 5th, my lawyer discussed and said it would be best to show the document I wrote to the other lawyers, as we have not heard from them for a week or any negotiation talks or given a meeting to discuss after my request to part. It was never intended to be used for anything else. I've asked my lawyer to convey that and have communication that the document as it was written wasn't going to be released anywhere, and my lawyer did so when sending the document. Less than 2 hours after my lawyer sent the document, the termination notice came out. I was very shocked, but thought that that was the last time I will hear or think about the document, and that is, personally and my own opinion, was the end of the lawyers and legal involvement. All the communication was done between lawyers in Japanese. Things are not black and white, and everything gets more complicated and muddled when lawyers are involved in a different country. When things are... Oh, great. I turned that off. Fucking auto scene select. Driving me up a wall. Anyways. When things are conveyed to multiple parties through multiple different degrees of communication and languages, everything turns into different narratives and different translations. I thought it was over and I've accepted what happened and ready to move on. Everything I post to the public about the situation was a response. If it was a month ago, it would have been different as I was angry, but I was also very alone in my head. But it's not a month ago and I've accepted it. I wanted to be neutral and private, but now the whole world is involved and the public is watching every step that happens. I am not perfect and I have faults. I had to watch my dad cry and break down in front of me for the first time in my life last night. Despite everything that has happened, please show kindness to all parties involved. There are real people behind the monitors. One of the reasons why I wanted this to be private is that the internet can be a cruel place, and I knew this would happen the moment this type of notice drops. What I didn't reveal to anyone, and only my parents and therapist knew, was that it was not one attempt, but two, which happened a few weeks after the first. Jesus Christ, Doki, I am glad you're still around. My parents found me in time after searching for me for hours before anything happened. I was in a really dark place, and I do not wish this to anyone. No one should have to go through what I went through. I 100% agree with that. I reveal this now not for pity, but to state that no life, no matter what, should be risked for ego or winning anything. There are no winners in this. Please don't make it like high school. I'm sorry, Doki, that's VTubers. I'm sorry. Treat everyone like adults and with some empathy and kindness. For those who wish to see the receipts or documents or anything else, hoping I will reveal them, I'm sorry, but these things are things that should be private and, if needed, between lawyers. Massive respect, Doki, for saying that. Like, literally, most of this shit, like all of this shit, could have been handled privately, but it wasn't. Revealing private documents and talking about the documents within will only just make things worse and more complicated as outside parties get involved and will just hurt everyone. No one deserves to be pushed over the edge. So many people have got hurt and involved even if they were innocent bystanders. In the end, I will always be here to respond, and that this is the only thing I will do in public. I hope this will be the last statement I have to make. God, Doki, I hope so too. And then she posted a Japanese version because she has a substantial amount of Japanese friends or fans. And where do I personally want to end this coverage? I want to end it on a thank you note from Doki to her community. Doki tweets out, "Thank you everyone for your kindness. I feel with all this new attention and eyes on me, I really wish to direct it at something positive we can do together. I have set up a fundraiser on my channel's free chat to support mental health. This is also an open fundraiser, so any channel can join in. I will be doing a charity/fundraising stream with stretch goals and donor incentives next week. Posted February 18th, 2024. It is currently February 19th. So this was posted yesterday. More information will come out soon as I am still organizing it and figuring out the details. I can't believe you have all donated so much even before I was able to officially announce it. Please remember that you all matter and you are important in this world. As long as we are here together, we can make a small change in this world for something better. I will be offering alternatives for worldwide options soon as well, since the YouTube feature is not available to everyone. And as you can see here, she starts up a fundraiser for mental health support, and out of a $10,000 goal raised, before officially announcing it, her fans just see it and donate because, well, they want to support mental health issues. They've raised over $6,000 before even the first stream. Holy shit. I totally get why why the Dragoons have rallied behind this. This is something that really energized them, really polarized them regarding mental health struggles, and how even their Oshi, no matter how strong and resilient they present themselves, they can struggle with mental health issues. Here's a little statement from Doki Bird on the fundraiser. You Dragoons have helped support me in many ways, but there's so many people out in the world that will benefit from your love and kindness. Let's work together in supporting those in need and making a small difference in the world. Mental health is always important. Please remember to look after yourself and everyone around you. You all matter and are important in this world. So yeah, that is where I think everybody's energy should be directed from this point on. Like, if you want to show your support for Doki Bird, go donate to her fundraiser. Personally, I do not think you should bother with going after Nijisanji, because, like, for one thing, we've known they haven't been the greatest company for a while now. And, well, things haven't been exactly great. But I am unironically really happy. It fills me with at least some bit of joy that Doki takes this, recognizes that there's a massive amount of attention on her, and then funnels that into something beneficial to the world at large. I don't think enough people actually end up doing that. There are more than a handful of people that do use their platform to push for the causes that they really, really care about. But then there are people that just don't want to engage with any sort of political action or even political conversations. Like, as much as I would love to see this amount of enthusiasm, this much amount of conversations going on, like, regarding Palestine, I understand that not everybody has a personal vested interest in the what's the term? In the liberation of the Palestinian people. But when you have let's go with internet celebrity, when you have an internet celebrity that people are very, very attached to, and then some pretty heavy shit comes out regarding them, it's extremely understandable why people are so energized about it. And I don't particularly fault people for being more energized towards Doki than Sudan or Congo. Part of me does wish that they did focus on it, but hey, we can't force people to talk about what we want to talk about, to like what we want to like. We can just talk about stuff that's already been made public. Don't make private things public, especially for content that's pretty fucking bad. And largely, fuck, support Doki Bird. I know she really doesn't need a 600 subscriber channel shouting her out. She is 100,000 times bigger than me. But still, I'm still going to say it. I think she deserves the support that she's been getting lately since going indie. I do think she does deserve that.
Obama.
Oh, thank you for that. But yeah, that kind of wraps up my thoughts regarding Doki Bird, Nijisanji, all that stuff. There is so much that could have been covered, and there's 2 hours of coverage already. Holy shit. Pretty rough. Soundboard? Somebody subscribed. And that pops up with Obama, not Obama. It pops up with Trump saying Obama because I think that's funny. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a soundboard of Trump. I also just realized my legs are sticking up from the bottom of the video, the screen. Poggers. Hope people don't notice that one. Okay, I gotta run to the bathroom one more time, and then I'll be talking about Vaush. And trust me, it will not be nearly as long as the Selene Doki segment. Okay. Are we ready to get into it? Just jump right into it, get the coverage over with, so to speak. Oh, I was asked if my partner asked if I wanted pizza. I forgot to respond. Rip. Oh. I will be clear that it's not exactly a subject I'm super happy to dive right on into. But I do think it's still at least worth addressing now. There are more than a handful of people that know of the streamer known as Vaush. He has been streaming since like 2019, I believe. And he was active in another streamers community. A fairly prominent member of that community, I'd say. For at least a few years before getting into streaming himself and seeing, I'd say, success with it. I will be upfront with my biases. I've been watching him for, I don't know, 4 years now. I want to say I started watching him mid to late 2020. And to be honest, he is one of the reasons that actually, or one of his videos was kind of the driving force behind me actually starting up my channel. I was sitting through the pandemic, sitting at home, part of me thinking, part of me wants to be a streamer, but I never end up doing it. And then he puts out a video of, you can just be a streamer. And then I finally kicked myself into getting into it, and here I am. It is no real secret that a lot, or like the premise of my streams is very, very derivative from his streams, which is very derivative of Destiny's streams. Vaush has gone on to make his channel and personal expressions far more unique than just being a Destiny clone. And I personally like to think that I'm fairly different, at least in terms of cadence, talking points, somewhat different from Vaush himself, despite literally doing the exact same thing, where instead of talking about politics all the time, I'm talking about drama on my live stream and then clipping those videos into putting them into YouTube videos. But this preamble is largely not super important to the discourse that was going on. I just wanted to be upfront with my biases because I think that's pretty important. So basically, there will still be a handful of people that don't actually know. So I will go over the gist of stuff, but I'm honestly not going to be responding to or reacting to any videos regarding this. I'm just sharing my thoughts off the top of my head. Anyways, Vaush had a stream where he was doing his usual thing, showing off men's fashion to his chat, despite chat just desperately wanting to hear about politics, when he accidentally showed a folder titled To Be Sorted, which included a lot of pornographic material. He promptly ended stream right then and there within the folder being shown in half a second, I want to say. Personally, I did somewhat hear about the leak on Twitter. I saw a clip of it. I didn't really think much of it because the thumbnails that I could discern from that tiny clip, it was the horse cock stuff. And he's been very publicly open about liking the aesthetic of the horse cock. To be clear, he doesn't want to fuck a horse. He wants to be a horse. So there's no real ethical barriers to jump through or to properly worry about. I mean, yeah, what's the problem? It's it's aesthetically pleasing, not that big of a deal. I have friends that are furries. I don't think Vaush himself is a furry, but I mean, he and I both really enjoy furry hentai. They are very, very good artists. I had one of my closest friends had messaged me on Discord and like, did you hear about the Vaush leak? I was like, I heard about it, but I don't really know anything about it. Let me guess. There were lots of horse cock. They said, yeah, there was actually, which as a long-term viewer of Vaush, I was aware that he likes that aesthetic. I don't really care. But then they told me some of the stuff involved was also lolicon, which I responded with, that does raise an eyebrow. Because Vaush has been the type, what are opinions of horsecock and hyperfuda? I'm pretty sure he's into hyper. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I don't know if he's talked about it specifically. He just likes horsecock, or he likes the aesthetic of horsecock. People have just used that to jump to the assumption that he's a zoophile because he wants to fuck a horse, which is not the case. At least to my knowledge. But yeah, there was, from what I'm aware, 2 main images that were from a confirmed lolicon artist. I meant yours, but yeah. Oh, fair enough. I don't know, they look all right. cocks are cool. I like them more than pussy. It's just personal preference. Not super into hyper myself. But anyways, there were 2 images from a lolicon artist, which, to my understanding, Vaush didn't know was a lolicon artist at the time. He was, his explanation was that he got the vibe of chubby short stack and was more focused on this picture had a big dick. So, I mean, that reasonably makes sense to me, that the majority of the pictures he's saving are about huge dicks because he likes to feel involved. He likes to feel represented, in his words, in the hentai. But anyways, as he has been the type to regularly call lolicons pedophiles, this has led to a lot of the lolicons calling him a hypocrite for having that for having those images on his to be sorted folder. Which, I mean, everybody's a hypocrite to one point or another. Just, I don't think he is a secret lolicon that publicly calls them all pedophiles, but then secretly actively searches it out. I think he's got, whether he likes this framing or not, I think he does have a bit of reckless gooner brain. He even acknowledged that he has been reckless. It's something that I really think he needs to work on. Especially, like, I keep watching his videos because he has personally helped me with rhetoric, and there have been legitimate family arguments that I'm having with like extended family because we're getting together for the first time in many, many years, and then literal situation. A family member I personally don't really know. I know his wife because his wife is my cousin, but this guy, I will define reckless, do not worry about it. But this cousin-in-law, sure, was talking about how much he liked Jordan Peterson. And, well, I've used more than one of Vaush's arguments in such a situation. So I do think there is value in that. Now, how was he being reckless? Largely because he wasn't really vetting a whole lot. There is... Oh, no, not JP. Yeah, JP. His recklessness comes from... Well, he didn't look into the artist and was more focused on, hey, that dick is meaty. That's what matters to me. I mean, I get it. Dicks are nice. But, let's see. But the recklessness comes in from, A, not really vetting where the images are being sourced from. Because, like, it's really not a good look to be downloading stuff from a lolicon artist. And B, it was saving hentai/porn to his streaming computer. I don't think this discourse would have been nearly as bad if there weren't those lolicon pictures in there. His community wouldn't have given a shit. As far as I'm aware, he's lost about 10,000 subscribers since all this stuff became public, and especially after Ethan Klein did his video on Vosch. I do wish that Vosch had spoken with Ethan, because I personally have confidence in the dude. I think he could handle himself quite well, despite going directly into a trap where he's just going to be essentially called a pedophile. Oof, 10,000? Yeah, but I mean, there are bigger accounts that lose followers way quicker, because he is sitting at 458,000 subscribers. He was just over, I want to say, 470,000 before this stream happened. The big issues that came out with this, or the biggest issues were, oh, Vaush has lolicon on his computer, therefore every single clip from out of context that kind of paints him as a pedophile is just more proof that he's a pedophile. And largely, those clips look really bad without their context because, let's be real, 5 years ago, he was making bad arguments, like with his comparison of rule utilitarians and act utilitarians. One of the biggest issues that Ethan Klein had was that Vaush was making an argument, or was making the argument about act utilitarians versus rule utilitarians. He used a very hyperbolic, extreme point of people can say that there can be good outcomes with relationships between adults and minors, that as an act isn't inherently harmful. I think it was something along the lines of that. But then as a rule utilitarian, Vaush is still against that. But that argument was misunderstood. So people just said, oh, so you're an act utilitarian, essentially. You believe the act thing where there can be good outcomes to that, and therefore you're a pedophile, which I largely don't think. Even he's recognized that he has been reckless with how he engaged with conversations of such heated topics. I highly encourage you to check out the context video. Now, this is not the real thumbnail, it's just an artist's impression, but I personally think it's really funny. He's doing the etto eh. But in all seriousness, I definitely highly recommend you guys go out if you want to know the context to like a ton of these really bad faith clips. You can just check them, and then there's a lot of him explaining stuff. And one of the arguments that was brought up by Ethan Klein was not just the rule versus act utilitarian thing. What was the other one? It was a debate between Vosch and somebody known as Mr. Girl. And the stuff that Ethan had shown on his stream didn't look very great for Vosch, and understandably, it kind of what happens when a clip gets cut out of the context. The clip in specific was essentially this person, like out before the clip, this person was saying, what do you think the average age, if people could go to a strip club of any age, what strip club would the most prominent people, or what strip club would be the most visited one? And the clip starts off with saying probably 14 to 17 seems like a reasonable guess. And essentially, seeing the clip through H3's podcast, it looked pretty fucking bad. But what they didn't show on H3 podcast was how that conversation fucking ended. They essentially used that clip and called Vosch a pedophile when Vosch was arguing against that the entire fucking time. How did the conversation even end? Well, this fucking guy, Mr. Girl, was getting into really weird hypotheticals with Vosch, and Vosch was like, I don't like the direction you're going with this. And then Mr. Girl had said, what kind of panties do you think, or what color panties do you think they would wear at these strip clubs? To which Vosch responds by ending the call and no longer ever doing any just call-in debates. He doesn't do those anymore because, well, they got ruined by bad actors. But essentially, it's been discourse that has been following Vosch for 5 years now. And for someone like me who's heard the context of these once, more than once, like for fuck's sakes, the only thing new to me with this discourse was that he saved Lolicon to his computer. I'm just assuming from my biased perspective that he has since deleted those 2 pictures or whatever was on there. That's just the reasonable assumption I come to when I think about it. But there's no way that I can properly convince anybody that's already properly polarized against Vaush. All I can really do is ask people, if you're genuinely curious of the context of the majority of these drama creators just going after him, I highly recommend you check out Vaush's The Context video. He goes into a lot of stuff, and he even does actually apologize for being reckless. And though I do think it should be an apology push given more to the broader online left, because let's be real, this discourse really fucked us online, really put a wrench into things, really damaged so many people's credibility, their trust, all that stuff. It's been rough. But at the very least, he did apologize to his audience for, well, being so hard to support. But yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents on it. I'm not going to be getting into like a 3-hour deep dive, because honestly, at the end of his context video, he had made a request to all his fans, to which I personally include myself. I don't jump into his chat every time he's live kind of thing. I actually rarely in his chat. I largely catch his videos after the fact. But he did say he doesn't want people to go around defending him and attacking others to try and prove them wrong, to prove his innocence. He just wants us to focus on the positive, which honestly, from everything I've consumed of Vaush's, I don't see him as like a threat. I don't see him as a malicious actor. I see him as a somewhat reckless person. That's really it. I think he does actually produce more good than harm, especially with all the charities he's done. With the multiple charities he's done. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he raise like $400,000 for the PCRF, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund? I'm pretty sure at least one of his charity streams did hit $400,000. I know he's done multiple. He tends to do yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the PCRF that he raised $400,000 for. And like, there is no shortage of people within his community that have been like, hey, I've really benefited from the debates you've done. I've really benefited from the insights you've given other people. You've given me confidence to come out to my family. You've given me confidence to stand up to my reactionary siblings. That kind of stuff. It's really common. A lot of people also attribute him to being the reason that they got pulled from the alt-right. The majority of those people, if I'm not mistaken, will credit his debates with the far right, with the alt-right. Because people won't really watch him for him if they're not already leftists that are biased towards him, or have no idea about the discourse revolving around him. But the right wing will. They will check out a debate between a prominent figure on the right and Vaush, because they really want to see some right winger just completely own the fucking libcuck. But then they watch the debate and, oh shit, this libcuck actually makes better arguments than I expected. And this right winger that I'm looking up to is looking pretty weak in this debate. So it starts the chain of getting people on the far right to start distancing themselves from that community so they can start achieving actual connections with other people. So regardless of what you think of Vosch or what you think of me and my support of the dude, at least please try to go into it with an open mind. That's all I can really ask of people. I don't expect that's a big red flag for you. What about the poppy stuff? Oh, I am aware of the poppy stuff. You heard the Z word? What? He is not a zoophile, by the way. He wants to be the horse. He doesn't want to fuck a horse. I want to make that clear. The poppy stuff was actually something that happened before he started streaming. And when he did start streaming and it started coming out, he did deny it a bit. I don't remember what poppy specifically, but like, I don't know if it's any big creator right now or if it's just some handle of some person. So correct me if I'm wrong there. But it is something that initially Vaush did avoid talking about, but eventually he did come to talk about it properly and address it, where he did come across as not super great in those DMs, and he's not repeated it, because I'm willing to bet if he had repeated such actions in over the last 5 years, he would have been called out for it. I mean, look at Cat Black, what she tried to do. But yeah, I don't think Vaush causes more harm than good with this platform. There has been harm caused for sure. I mean, I'm willing to bet that everybody's channel sooner or later does cause some form of harm. I do think that you should look at the net benefits or losses. You should, yeah, look at the net benefits or harm being done. So that's something that only individuals can come up with for themselves. I'm just kind of gonna leave it at that. And yeah, I'm gonna keep supporting the dude. I mean, unless he continues to be exceptionally reckless, like with his rhetoric, which he had been changing like over the last few years, actually. He is more than long enough ago moved away from the his old terrible explanation of rule versus act utilitarianism. Frankly, if people are going to actually show me that clip and say he's a pedo because of this, I want the person showing me that clip to actually explain the difference between rule and act utilitarianism for me to take that claim seriously. That's just me though. Again, check out his video, watch the context video, because there is a fuckload of context in there, and this is pretty serious shit worth going into with an open mind. Okay, I think that about wraps up all my thoughts on the Vaush situation. Unironically, he does have videos titled Politics 101 and Politics 102. They are somewhat older videos, but I still think they're worth watching, worth listening to, if you kind of want an introductive idea into politics. I have actually referred other people to these videos previously. Okay, they're 2 years ago for his Politics 101 and 102 videos. I definitely think he's worth checking out, in my opinion. He makes a lot of good points, and he's a little more reckless than I'd like. That said, that's pretty much it. Okay. Those are... Boop. Those... Oops, I don't want to clip. Just double checking fan funding in case I missed anything. Oh, hey Kutere fanboy, I'm sorry about that, but you just missed stream. I had just finished the Vaush segment. Oh my. This has actually been a very, very, very long stream. Six and a half hours. Oh my god. Due to it being such a current hot topic, I'm probably pushing out the Vaush video tomorrow and then the Selene video the day after. Because, like, these are topics that, well, they've been in the discourse for a bit now, and I have kind of been holding off on the what's it. Good lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Holy shit, 10 segments this stream. Now the hard question is, what do I title the video? Is Vosch really bad? Vosch bad. Okay, I think enough of this. It has been a pretty fucking long one. Thank you all for tuning in and sticking around listening to what I have to say. I am going to be booping off. Dinner soon-ish. It's about time I eat anyways. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of 6-hour streams. Discord VC? Yeah, I'll probably pop into there, at least for a little bit, while dinner cooks. I am actually currently just setting up the Vosch video to render while I go step outside and do that. But as long-term viewers, addressing Vosch's love for horses. I mean, I did address that. Honestly, I don't think I can really make a defense of Vosch better than he can himself. But I also know that a lot of people are really not willing to listen to him. Because they have their perceived biases. And, well, maybe they'll listen to me. Probably not. I am more than likely going to be getting a ton of views on that video. I just hope it's people coming with an open mind. Giggity. No stinger for that video, just gonna be playing. Oh yeah, Vaush has so many haters. Oh my god, like I didn't mention this in the video, but you guys know Your Meme? Know Your Meme had a page for the Vosch leak, the thing that just happened, and there was 1.8 million likes on it. So, like, it's even weirder as many of them are leftist. I know, right? You'd think that progressive people would want more progressive voices, but a lot of people want the perfect mouthpiece, so to speak. They want a flawless person to look up to, but let's face the facts. Nobody's perfect, except me. No, even I'm not perfect. But I haven't been accurately called out yet. Oh my god. I imagine just as I continue to grow in size, it's going to happen sooner or later. I just hope they make entertaining videos. It would be cool. Still, I need to get up, stretch my legs. Honestly, usually with a stream this long, I do take some kind of break where I'll play like half-hour to an hour-long video and just watch it with chat while I'm hanging out in chat, stretching my legs, having a smoke, doing that do. But holy shit, this time the only breaks I took were for the bathroom. Oh my god. My knees hurt. Again, thank you all for tuning in. I genuinely really appreciate everybody that pops in a chat, whether they're popping in to just say hi, or whether they're hanging out all stream, or whether they just say hi and then lurk all stream. It makes no difference to me. I'm just genuinely happy that people are engaging with what I have to say. Even if it's not a majority, it certainly matters to me. It makes a big difference to this. It's honestly fairly challenging sometimes to just talk about a subject with no activity in chat. There is at least, go to VC Goober, not yet. There's at least one video on my channel where I did record it live, but nobody was in chat. So there was no chat on screen, and I personally think you could really tell that it kind of got to me. I do try and just push through it as best I can, but I definitely get that people don't like talking to a wall. It's nice to have that feedback from chat. I really appreciate it. I really like it. But yeah, I'm kind of rambling and delaying my jumping into Discord VC. So, yeah, talk to you all next stream. I don't know when it'll be. It'll probably be Saturday. We'll see. It'll be up on YouTube at least a day before I actually start streaming. But again, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for joining me. Have a wonderful rest of your week. And remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe.